Testing, testing, one, two, three. Hello, hello. Hope you are all doing well this evening. Sorry for the short delay in getting the stream up and running. Just need to take a minute to take care of some chores so that I could have a clear plate by the time I start yapping, which I will probably be doing for quite some time. um, Let me see. Sage of the Cows. Let me get Sage's video up. So yeah, let me just do. Oh, sorry about that. Let me just do a brief introduction to establish where we were at last time, get caught up and everything. So bear with me while I finalize that. I see Very Nice in the chat. How are you doing this evening? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Oh, hey there, Shinigami. It's good to see you too. Yeah, let me see. I just wanted to check last week's stream super quick to figure out specifically where we left off. Sorry, I usually have that ready to go, but I will in just a moment. Wait, so let's see. I think we were almost to the end of the first section. Yeah, hope you guys are having a good weekend. On a personal note, I think I mentioned this last time, but basically, like, this past week was supposed to be a week off. It was, unfortunately, I needed one more week to finish up the project that I was on. But I got through that, and now I'm kind of... Oh, yes, it was at the beginning of the mind-body switch technique section. Now I'm kind of starting to, like, get back in touch with myself, realizing that I have kind of not been super healthy with sleep and eating and stuff like that, and slowly starting to think about rebuilding some better habits and everything. So you're probably going to hear a version of me this evening that is quite tired, as I'm still kind of getting back to normal. But hey, at least I'm starting to move back towards normalcy, which feels nice. And hopefully, you know, within the next little while, I'll be back to standard operations, so to speak. So that being said, let me do a quick intro before I check in with chat. Welcome to this short series of videos discussing cross-verse Genjutsu in Naruto Powerscaling. We're going to be going over a video by the YouTuber Sage of Thick Calves discussing this subject. The idea is, if a character from Naruto fought a character from another fictional universe, like Superman or Luffy from One Piece, Goku from Dragon Ball, whatever else, would Genjutsu work on that target? Now, most people... Well, I don't want to speak in overgeneralizations, but I will say that I think people in the Naruto power scaling community would like, in general, for Genjutsu to work cross-verse. Obviously, if you're arguing for somebody like Itachi versus a character from One Piece, a lot of Itachi's strongest, most iconic abilities revolve around Genjutsu, so you'd want them to be relevant and useful in this cross-verse conversation. If you have a character whose strongest abilities are Genjutsu related, which you could argue that Tsukuyomi is like Itachi's strongest ability, there's an argument for that, I think, then if he doesn't get to use it at all, because you can't prove that it's going to be effective on a character from another verse, then that kind of limits your ability to make certain arguments and stuff like that, right? On the other hand, if you are trying to argue for a character in one of those other verses, and you know that your character could be vulnerable to that, or even you just want to, like, understand the mechanics of all this stuff, then you are well within your rights to be skeptical and ask, for example, how chakra works, what mechanics it uses, whether or not it can interact with an average person, or does it only work on shinobi, you know. So I think it's definitely worth talking about. I want to state my personal perspective and intentions before I go into this video. So I disagree strongly with Sage's methods here, as I usually do with, maybe not usually, but like I have consistently disagreed with the way that he approaches like his research, his data gathering in the past. But overall, like, I'm okay with his conclusion. Personally, I agree that Genjutsu should work cross-verse. I think there are reasonable arguments for it working cross-verse. And if people wind up walking away with that idea, I'm fine with that. I don't feel the need to combat that. My perspective, or the thing that motivates me, though, is like, how do we as members of the Naruto community represent our content, represent ourselves, and then when we talk about a given subject and how it interacts with other verses, are we doing that fairly? And what I have found personally, from my perspective, is that over the past couple of years, a lot of the sources of conflict in the community tend to come from misunderstandings, and oftentimes misunderstandings about how to use sources like the data books. And as a result, I feel like if I can try to help talk about that, maybe I'll be contributing something. And so that's my hope anyway. So in summary, I don't like the way that I think there. I have a lot of good things to say about Sage's like overall video production quality and stuff like that. But I think when it comes to these arguments, I think that what I'm seeing is a debate bro style mentality of like, okay, if we're going to argue this, if we're going to make a point that Naruto characters can use these jutsu on characters from other verses, how would we do that? Okay, here's an example of how we could do that, but then it transitions to, and this is why it's the definitive truth, as opposed to like just an exercise in like exploring the topic. So anyway, hopefully that made some sense. Please feel free to check out last week's stream if you haven't seen it already, although of course, you know, you might want to just be aware that the first hour of that stream, and most of our streams honestly, are usually just chatting and catching up. So the analysis or whatever, the reaction doesn't come till like an hour and 15 minutes into the video, just so you're aware. But yeah, let me catch up with lovely people in chat. Good to see you, Shinigami and Ursa. I thought your drawing was really, really cool. I liked your the inclusion of those like mechanical arms or whatever they were. They looked really cool, and the design of those eyes, like the multiple eyes inside the one, like the multiple pupils or whatever inside the same. Um, you know what? I'm gonna do something. Parts of the eye, which for whatever reason, last time I like failed at this, so I want to go over this now. Right. So let's see. I'm gonna bring up this other page. There we go. Okay, so chronicle, or yeah. So I wanted to see. So that's the lens. The cornea is on the outside. The sclera. That was what I was looking for. The sclera specifically, and I'm not sure what this is pointing to. Oh, I guess like. No, that's the iris. Okay, that's the iris. Oh, the sclera is the external covering. That's right. Okay. And there's the anterior chamber. Vitreous body. Okay, cool. I'll be coming back to this later probably because we'll be talking about like perception and like cranial nerves and stuff like that. But yeah, it's funny. I took a like neuroscience of perception course, but it was a long time ago, and I really didn't study the way that I should have, and I just like forgot everything, and now I'm regretting it because I'm like, fuck, if I just paid attention instead of replaying. I think I was playing League of Legends at the time, which cringe. I know, but like sorry. Let me be clear. I don't have anything against anybody who plays League of Legends, and if you like it, more power to you. But I had a really bad run with that game, so I'm personally like, I don't think back on it fondly for very personal reasons. But anyway, Shinigami says right now uncomfortable in a Discord server where the interaction seems to be like I'm talking on eggshells and really feel like a pile of self-loathing. Oh, dude. You get to talk to some people and been with your girlfriend. Well, that's good. It's nice to be in contact with people. But yeah, like, look, I'll just be frank. Part of the reason why I'm attracted to the Naruto community, so to speak, like when I want to be part of it, is because I like connecting with people and talking about subjects of mutual interest. And I think part of the reason why I'm still engaging with people like Sage or other folks that I disagree with, and sometimes I ask myself like, is this really a good use of my time, just like constantly going over these arguments or whatever? It's because I want to engage in a conversation, even if that conversation is like very scattered or indirect or whatever. This shit matters to me. I love talking about it, even when I'm disagreeing with people or whatever. I love the fact that we are still, you know, in an arena where we're spending all of our time taking this so seriously, engaging so fervently and heatedly in this. Well, what is this? It's a discussion of a piece of art that we both like, right? So at the end of the day, like, even the toxic fucking debates that I've heard, as awful as they can get, like with Noodles and D1 and stuff like that, I can still look at that and be like, okay, despite the fact that I don't like the rhetoric, isn't it fucking cool that all these people assembled here and put in all this time and effort and research and everything to essentially just shoot the shit about a piece of art that we all enjoy? You know, so that being said, though, I think it's very important to identify when you're in situations like that, whether that be like Discord communities, friend groups, whatever it is, just to check in with yourself every once in a while and ask yourself genuinely, like, do I feel safe here? Do I feel accepted and appreciated here? Am I really getting what I want out of this? And honestly, like, part of the reason why I left Sage's server was first of all, due to like some drama with Mortified and like the failure of that community to police. Basically, there was like rampant homophobia running around in that community, and it just like went unmoderated, like categorically, and I wasn't there for it. But also, I was a pretty big stick in the mud, a pretty big stickler for like not using slurs, which hey, I stand by. I don't think they should be used. But after a while, I just kind of felt like, you know, I was constantly trying to get the community to be something that it wasn't really, and I felt like I was kind of like fun police. And I stand by my objections to certain things. Like if you're gonna throw R slurs or F slurs around at people in a community, like fuck off with that. But at the same time, I had to be honest with myself that it wasn't really changing and it was just draining me. It was just like depressing, right? So don't let that shit define you, and don't feel like I don't make my mistake in feeling like you have some sort of obligation to fulfill by sticking it out or whatever. If it's not good for you, just fucking leave. Like sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself is just to establish a boundary and be honest and kind to yourself for your own mental health, right? I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope you can reconcile and form some good connections with people, but you know you can't force it. And if other people decide to be cruel to you and treat you like shit, and just disrespect you and get off on that and get the fuck away from those people, right? Like, I'm not saying that everybody Sage's server did that. Absolutely not. There are plenty of nice people that I met in there. I met Saria there after all, right? I think Blanco as well. Like, I've met cool folks there, and Hobby Horse, like Hobbs. There's some more people whose names I'm blanking on. I apologize, but like for the most part, there's great people who converge there. But also, it's like you pay a tax, or you sometimes when you join a community of any sort, and then it's like up to you to figure out if paying that tax is healthy for you and reasonable. So just look out for yourself, man. Anyway, this video went down in quality for me. Oh, that's weird. It's still. Oh, the bit rate is lower. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might just be. We've been having storms around here, so it might just be that it's a little bit sketchy for a little while. Hopefully, it stabilizes. If it continues to be a recurring problem, let me know. I can when it comes to upload the VOD, maybe I can like re-upload it or something if it's like really shitty and crunchy. Um, Hope you feel better. Oh yeah, thanks guys. I really appreciate that. I am definitely getting better. It's like I'm kind of, you know, just needing to be honest with myself about my own boundaries. I have this tendency when I start a project to really like throw myself into it and give a lot of myself to it. Like I want to be obsessed with something. I enjoy that. But if I'm not careful, that can like kind of take over my life. And so it's like I don't know if it's ADHD or whatever it is specifically, but I feel like I have this almost like a superpower, but it's like a blessing and a curse thing, right? It's like sometimes I can get so locked into something that I'm able to just work for a long period of time with like a lot of focus and really enjoy it and enjoy like the rush of getting shit done. But then I stop and I look around and I'm like, oh shit, it's been like weeks or months and I really haven't been keeping up with a lot of stuff that I should have been. I don't think that's sustainable in the long term. So I just need to figure out how to like inject some balance for my own sanity, as well as like I think if I'm more balanced and more consistent, then I'll be a better partner. I'll be like better for my dog and stuff like that. So just trying to be realistic. But yeah, I appreciate the nice sentiment. It is genuinely appreciated. Let's see. As for going over the script, I don't think I'll do that on stream just because there's so much stuff that I want to talk about. I can take a look at it on Discord though if you want to send me something. Um, yeah, I used the Almighty form or Almighty from Bleach as an inspiration, but I thought it was too much compared to just having one, but keeping the multiple eyeballs. Yeah, that's really cool. It's a really cool idea. It's something that I've been wondering about actually is I feel like in JJK, um, Chainsaw Man, and in Full Metal Alchemist, I keep seeing things that look like the Rinnegan. I'm wondering if like the ripple eye pattern is something that is like imagery that Kishimoto might have borrowed from Shinto or Buddhism or something, because it seems like I mean it could just be a cool way of drawing imagery or whatever, right? But like I remember I went to Japan when I was a kid, and I had been consuming Naruto voraciously, and then I saw Tomoe for the first time, like the Magatama depicted somewhere, and I was like, oh dude, look, it's a Sharingan, right? Because I didn't realize that that was a symbol that was actually pretty ubiquitous, and like even the Yasaka Magatama, um were things that they're part of the regalia of Japan, right? Imperial regalia, something like that. So yeah, these are images that are pretty um, pervasive. Also, I think I fucked up last time. I was just thinking about that. I think I said Kagami no ya fucking Kagami no Yata last time. Kagami, I think, means mirror, and Yata is, obviously the name of the Yata mirror. But I think what I actually said was mirror apostrophe s Yata. So mirror is Yata instead of Yata mirror. So just calling that out. I think I got it wrong last time. Um, let's see. You're still figuring that out. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Take your time. No pressure. Just want you to not feel pressured by that community either. The reason why the video went down in quality for me is because of a conversation with Abstract. You see, remember the evolution point. Oh, are you talking about the video? I thought you were saying the video of the stream quality was going bad. You mean like the quality of Sage's video? Um, the reason why the video went down in quality because after a conversation with Abstract. Yeah, I remember the evolution point. Something about like sharks developing that webbing or whatever, right? I'm sure we'll get to that at some point. Abstract said Sage covered himself with it because of the justification that Genjutsu works with no things like chakra network stuff. I, however, didn't accept it because, we are established how Genjutsu works, and so almost reflexively I just rejected, and so said that it backfired on Sage, his goal to claim it works cross-verse. That's probably fair. I think, not to pick on Sage, I think that's something that I've noticed in the Naruto community is that we are, like the YouTube discussion or whatever, we're not necessarily great at handling nuance. Um, and so sometimes when we come across two disparate pieces of information, if like for example, one entry says that a character this is a bad example, but it's just what I could think of, right? Like one character says that that Itachi's 13 years old when he starts off in the Anbu, and then another source says that he's 12. Well, that can't be right, right? Because you can't be 12 and 13 at the same time, so something must be wrong. And then what'll happen is, again, not calling out Sage on this specifically, but then like what'll happen is people will pick which one they think is wrong, and usually conveniently it's like the one that happens to benefit their argument, right? So they're like, well, Itachi can't be 13 and 12 at the same time, therefore let's go with him being 13, and this is why my point is right, right? So obviously that's not a great example, but it's stuff like that where personally what I would suggest there is be like, okay, well, what is an explanation? Can we find an explanation that explains him somehow paradoxically being 12 and 13 at the same time? And yeah, there is an explanation in the novel, right? The explanation is that the him being reported as 13 was just a public records issue, right? But even if we didn't know that, we could say, okay, maybe Kakashi made a mistake, right? Like there are ways that we can try to reconcile the disparate viewpoints, and this is something going back to like Noodle's debate with Sage with Swag, um, that Noodles said that like you couldn't talk about the TSOs interacting with the Yada mirror because it says the TSOs nullify all jutsu and the Yada mirror blocks all jutsu, so that represents an inherent contradiction. So you can't like use any arguments about that. Like you couldn't talk about it, which is just like so like in universe there is no situation in which a Yata mirror could possibly interact with a TSO ever, because that would represent like a fundamental logical loop in the universe's programming or something. Like no, like there's a way for us to examine how these two jutsu work and what their properties are, and see if we could figure out well what happens in this extremely um, you know interesting situation. It's like saying that there's no way to resolve the paradox of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. We can still talk about it, right? Like we can still have a conversation about what the physics of that might look like. Uh, but anyway, I'm kind of like rambling at this point, so let me get back on topic. Very nice says sounds like neurodivergence for sure. Yeah, I have some form of neurospicy. I'm just not exactly sure what what flavor, so to speak. Um, Shinigami says the thing is, if I have to do that, it only goes down in quality for me, like a car where the base is incredibly flawed, another flaw covers it. Oh yeah, and then it starts to snowball out of control, and like, yeah, I think I understand where you're coming from. Um, Yeah, this is definitely a very neurodivergent friendly stream and community and stuff. I mean, like, look, for anybody to. I made a 3.5 goddamn hour long video, not just talking about Naruto, which would have been one thing, but specifically talking about whether or not two random fucking people on the internet talked about Naruto correctly. So if that's not a special interest, I don't know what is, right? I gotta be somewhere on some spectrum somewhere. But um, so I think before we, uh, Shinigami, what definitions are you referring to about being on the same page? Before we dive into the Light versus Itachi, yeah, that's something I think we should probably talk about like off off stream. Did you already have a video that you were prepping for that? Because I could check out the video too. But yeah, I think the way that I want to start off this time is like kind of similar to last time. I just want to take a quick minute and look at a couple of examples of Genjutsu in the series just to see what the series itself is telling us, and we might look at the data books as well. But sometimes it's good to just take a moment to take stock of like if we can glean anything um, from the chapters themselves before we start talking about the whole argumentation for everything. So I wanted to see first of all if I could go back to the sound ninja in the Forest of Death, which I guess is going to be a little further on. I always forget exactly where it starts. Oh, here we go. So let's see if we can find those sound ninja and see what Kabuto says about the way that their jutsu works. Just going to be that sort of like endlessly multiplying one. I really need an ad blocker. Sorry about that if that's a disturbance. I don't think that there is any genjutsu use before this. Although I might have missed something with the Anko fight. Yeah, should be coming up right away. I did want to also point out that when we talked about the vestibular system and about like the semicircular canals and stuff like that last time, so it's probably worth pointing out that some of that is actually covered here as well. Let me just look at this quick. It's an art that draws its power directly from the energies locked within the wielder's cellular structure. So when you call upon it, you're sacrificing a part of yourself. Muscular energy. I think this is probably something that doesn't get brought up enough in discussing chakra, but it might be worth looking at because the implication, the language that Guy is using here seems to imply that you can, that like muscular energy, cellular energy can be employed directly for combat without it becoming stamina, right? So that might sort of add more nuance to the depiction of stamina as like a substance as opposed to a more like esoteric representation of your total energy pool, right? Because you don't, I don't want to go over the Ebisu stuff again, but yeah. Okay, so yeah. The brain sets a limit on the muscles. Secretive techniques, so you override it. Incredible speed, yep. Really limited. Yeah. Okay, so that being said, I just want to see that hypersonic statement, right? Our supersonic muscles alone can't break down this wall of sound, right? So like, by the way, sometimes people will try to use that statement there to be like, well, this must mean that Lee is hypersonic. I don't think so. I think the point is that like he specifically, no matter how strong his muscles are at this point in the story, he can't punch through a wall of sound. Yeah, even if you block my fist, the sound waves reach you. You understand that? Okay, yeah, so this is kind of interesting. Since we're talking about the visual pathways today anyway, we're going to talk about chains of Fantasia as well. Let's go over this real quick. So this is in chapter, what are we at? Like 53? Yeah, 53. Okay. So here, this person, who is either Dosu or Zaku, and I can never remember which, says, when you hear a sound, it's actually vibrations, those vibrations displacing the ear, which trembles against your eardrum. That's sort of true. It's more like it's true, but it's not like your whole. Some of the structure of the inner ear is more geared towards, or sorry, the outer ear actually is more geared towards just like shaping and reflecting the sound to get it into your ear hole. The most direct vibration that occurs is specifically like the air vibrating against your eardrum, not. Oh, he is saying the air which trembles against your eardrum. I read this as ear. Oh my god, I'm too tired. Okay, he's correct. He's saying the right thing, so I'm just overthinking this. Okay, so anyway, the air vibrates. Those vibrations cause your eardrum, your tympanic membrane, tympany, to vibrate, and then that vibration gets carried through your the incus, malleus, and stapes, the three internal ossicles, the little bones in your ear, and then those vibrations essentially get turned from mechanical signals, namely the fluctuations of air pressure, into electrochemical signals. So what happens is that like there are these teeny little cells in your ear that have like these teeny little protrusions called hair cells, and that when a sound of a certain frequency pushes against one of those hair cells, it essentially like causes a neurotransmitter, causes a neuron rather, to emit a signal. And depending on like which of the hair cells are causing which of the hair cells are responding, that corresponds to like the frequency of the sound that you're hearing. So if you play white noise, for example, or let's just say you play like a middle A on the piano, right, like a nice clear A note, that sound itself is going to have the fundamental frequency 440 or whatever, but then it's also going to have like harmonics at 880 and other multiples that like 220, and also like whatever other tonal characteristic that the piano has. There's going to be some additional sound in it. Obviously, it's not a pure tone. It's going to have all kinds of complex frequency interactions that are kind of that are represented by like a bunch of peaks, essentially, with the strongest peaks being at the multiples of that initial frequency of 440. Now that being said, like even multiples of that. That being said, when a sound hits your ear, it's not like one thing is hitting it and then being decoded all at once. It's like your tympanic membrane is constantly vibrating in little tiny amounts, and it's vibrating at different frequencies, and the amount of like each of those frequencies corresponds to a certain part of your cochlea, and depending on what part of your cochlea's hair cells wind up firing into your nerves, your nerve basically gets like an electrochemical representation of the frequency pattern that you just heard, sends that to your brain, and then your brain understands that, right? It's very similar actually to like analog to digital conversion. When you talk about like getting a sound from like recording from a microphone from my voice into a PC, what's happening is like the microphone itself has a membrane in it, depending on the type of microphone it is, right? But it'll usually have a membrane in it, and the membrane, much like the eardrum, will vibrate back and forth as a sound comes in. The frequency of vibrations causes, without getting too technical about it, it basically causes like a magnet inside the microphone to move away from a something that when it moves away from it or closer to it, it generates an electrical signal that corresponds to the incoming vibrations. Kind of like, wax grooves getting put on a vinyl, right? It's like the depth of the grooves corresponds to the sound coming in. So similarly, like the mechanical vibrations, the shaking back and forth of my voice is going to vibrate this membrane. That vibration of the membrane is going to be picked up by the internal circuitry as fluctuations in voltage, and those fluctuations in voltage are going to be amplified and then decoded by your computer as a stream of zeros and ones, essentially. Those zeros and ones are going to correspond to bits of information that show how loud each given frequency was at each given slice of time, called a sample. And basically, your brain is doing the same thing. It's just like it's converting the sound from one format, the mechanical format, to electrochemical as opposed to just electrical. So it's actually really, really, really cool. And I'm taking the time to go through all this stuff because later we're going to talk about Genjutsu essentially being like hallucinations and affecting the sensory pathways. So all of this is directly relevant for that. Anyway, Shinigami says, prepping a video, but I want quality control. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Very Nice says, Lee without his weights is below Mach 1, but he's objectively faster than sound without his weights on, given Gaara's sand is able to block explosions. I think that makes sense. And I think there's also probably design cues like onomatopoeias and stuff like that that we can use to kind of reinforce the idea that he's above Sonic. Like, yeah. I want to look into it more, but what you said sounds totally reasonable. Okay, so yeah, the human eardrum, the tympanic membrane, says this character ruptures when exposed to sound levels in excess of 150 phones. However, if the sound is powerful enough to upset the liquid within the semicircular canals of the deepest inner ear, it becomes impossible for you to maintain your balance. Yeah, because since these things are like fucking filled with fluid, if you disrupt the fluid, it's then going to mess with your sense of balance through the vestibular system, which we talked about last time, right? So, and it takes him a while before his equilibrium returns, right? Makes sense. So let's see. It's a rare for a foe to force me to reveal the nature of my techniques, but of course he does he doesn't have to. I can wield sound waves as a weapon with enough force to crush entire boulders. With a mere thought, I can use sound waves to force air into the earth beneath me, transforming rock also into the softest kind of cushion, a far more elegant and effective art than your crude application of brute force. Um, so I don't think there's anything else here. Oh yeah, so like I think that people look at that and then they're like, okay, Lee has to be faster than sound because later on this same character who described his abilities as hypersonic attacks him and he's able to block him. The thing is that the hypersonic attack or whatever only starts specifically after this dude moves his arm to manipulate the sound, like moves it forward, like swings it forward, right? And he hasn't done that yet. So I don't think what Lee is doing here is hypersonic. I think he is anticipating the attack and like intercepting it before the sonic part happens. Um, and he's still being disrupted by the previous thing. And now it looks like Dosu's just going in for a point. Yeah, yeah, because like once the guy, I forget if it's Dosuzaku, sorry, like once he hits Lee, after Lee can like react to the arm, he can block the arm, but then he gets hit by the barrage of sound. So like when the sound based attack is happening, you see it being represented by these little like pew 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 things coming off of it, air blasts or whatever. So if he's not dodging that, then he's not dodging the sound, speed of sound attack, right? But this could be very interesting, very useful for talking about Tayuya's stuff later on. This armor of mine magnifies every little sound from within to the utmost limits. It's an amplifier, and it goes to 11. That's actually kind of funny. But what's interesting too is that we see these pathways kind of coming out and arcing and bending towards Lee. And not only that, but far from relying on the momentum of my arm swing, I can use my chakra to direct its power toward my chosen prey, wherever he may lie. So this is something that I find it kind of hard to reconcile this with my understanding of like real world acoustics. Granted, there are definitely ways to focus audio into beams or whatever, sorta, kinda, hang on, like theater amplification array speakers. If I can find an image of this, yeah. So if you ever go to like any kind of theater whatsoever, like to see a play, right, or to see like any kind of concert venue will have theater fucking speakers arranged like this. And essentially what this is, it's an array of speakers that are specifically angled so that they quote unquote fire sound in cones or beams, and they're calibrated to essentially try to cover as much of the audience with direct sound as possible. The reason for this is that like low frequency sound has a long wavelength, and so it basically like it doesn't attenuate, it doesn't like get muffled as quickly and fade out as quickly as high frequency sounds, and it's also less directional. Our ears aren't as good at determining the direction of a low frequency sound as they are for a high frequency sound. So like if you hear a low frequency rumble, like there's a big truck going through your area or something like that, you're probably just gonna like find it very difficult to locate it compared to even if somebody like snaps a quiet twig or something like that, snaps a twig quietly from like behind you or a few feet away from you or whatever, like you'll be able to lock onto that because without getting into the biology of it, like we have essentially evolved to be more responsive to those sorts of sounds in nature, is the way that I understand it. And so we're better at locating high frequency stuff. So what happens if you go to a theater and you don't have one of these speakers kind of aimed directly at you, is that you're just not getting the high frequency content because it attenuates and fades or scatters before it has a chance to hit you in full. So to try to give everybody as equal of a listening experience as possible, they try to mitigate that by putting together these speakers and arraying them at specific angles so that you will be basically in the path of the high frequency content regardless of where you're at. And then they don't send as much low frequency content through these speakers. They usually do that with bigger subwoofers elsewhere, since the positionality of it isn't as important, right? But the problem is that it inevitably creates like these peaks and valleys and these little dry like spots. So it's hard to do if you're not in an empty theater. But if you ever have the opportunity to like plug in some white noise or even just a soundtrack that you like in a theater, do so. Like pick a seat and then like walk from that seat on one side of uh, the the area, what are the seating area, to the other, and just pay attention to like how the high frequencies go. So for example, I'm gonna keep talking and I'm gonna occlude my mouth. So blah 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 blah. Right? Obviously that's super fucking silly, but like you can still hear all the low frequencies the same. You can. What I said was you can still hear the low frequencies. That's fine, but the high stuff, like the whisper stuff, like that register stuff, that goes away with anything in the way, right? So anyway, I don't even know why the fuck I was talking about that. I love audio. Oh, yeah, yeah. So with this, it doesn't really make sense that sound could be compressed and directed in a beam like this, since sound is just like vibrations in the medium overall. What this essentially feels like it's doing to me is like, okay, so one way that this could work is that like he's sending out like a ribbon of chakra from his arm cannon thing, and it's essentially forming like a conduit to Lee's head. In the same way that like if you've ever played that game where you take like two cans and you tie a string between them, and then like you're with your friend and you like talk into one can, they can hear you on the other side because the vibrations get carried through the string. It's kind of like that, right? He's just using the chakra to create a connection, and then the sound goes through the chakra connector. But it doesn't really make sense for him to bend sound in a beam because that's not really how sound works. But I think they might have been trying to set things up like that with the speaker arrays. Let me get back to chat 1 second. I just want to make sure. Did I actually show the right thing? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I see the grandkid in chat. How you doing, Grand? Oh, I'm sorry, not grandkid. It's Grand Krilled. Krilled. It's good to see you, man. Hope you are having a good night. I saw your comment. Sorry I didn't respond to it yet. You asked, you were asking again if Genjutsu could work on people from Star Wars, right? My perspective is yeah. I don't have a super hardline stance, and I'm probably not going to win any debates about this. But personally, I think that in a nutshell, Genjutsu are essentially illusion techniques. They're hypnotic techniques, and they work by tricking an opponent's mind into experiencing something that isn't real. So anybody with a mind and functioning sensory pathways, anybody that could like ostensibly, like theoretically, be put under a hypnotic effect in the real world, is theoretically susceptible to Genjutsu. So yeah, I think so. Of course, then the strength of the Genjutsu would get checked against whatever mind hack defense the opponent would have. I use that term very cautiously because what counts as a mind hack will vary greatly depending on the verse you're talking about, depending on like how people define mind within a given authorship or whatever. So, you know, it's open to interpretation for sure. But I would say, yeah, I would say like if you have a character who has like really strong mental fortitude and be able to fight it off, then it's not a guarantee, but it should work in principle. If I am Naruto, if I am Itachi, is a better example, and I jump out of like Naruto verse and I go into One Piece, I would expect that my Genjutsu should work on Luffy, unless Luffy has some kind of like brain shielding or barrier or something that I don't know about. Then if I hop into like Avatar: The Last Airbender world, or I don't know, whatever other, like Helldivers, well, Helldivers are just humans anyway, but you know, like Dark Souls, if you have a character who's like really good at protecting their mind, then it might not work. But as long as they have a mind and sensory pathways that can be fooled, remember at the end of the day, right? Like we get super serious about this shit as a community, but like there's a fun, goofy comic about ninjas, and ninjas fucking use stealth and trickery and subterfuge. You know, at least the archetypal ones that we enjoy in media oftentimes do that, in the same way, like what are some of the tools that people think of by default when thinking about ninjas? They think about like maybe a cool, cut and stab and sword, maybe an all black outfit with a mask that covers most of your face, shuriken, and then smoke bombs, right? Like that's such a quintessential part of ninja kit, and it's in Naruto as well. Like Naruto's still using fucking smoke bombs up against pain, for fuck's sake, um, that like the whole like ninja vanish meme. It's just there's something about the lore and the fiction surrounding ninjas that often incorporates elements of trickery and deceit and delusion and you know essentially, if you are capable of getting fooled by an illusion, then you should be susceptible to genjutsu unless you have a defense against it. That's my opinion. I know that some people say you need to have chakra to be affected by it. I disagree, but I could be wrong about that too. Like I don't really need to push that super far. You know what I mean? Anyway, could Kid Sasuke defeat a TIE Interceptor? I don't think so. I mean, like, I have a feeling that it's kind of like a bit of a tongue in cheek question. But yeah, I feel like, in addition, I would be very skeptical that Sasuke could pierce the armor of a TIE Interceptor. I don't think he could aim dodge or, like, get out of the way of the bullets, or projectiles, rather. He should be susceptible to their blasts. I don't see why his durability would be able to be superior enough to, like, tank them. And in terms of speed, I mean, like, even if you could demonstrate that Sasuke is, like, able to keep up with it in terms of speed, I don't think there's any way he's, like, consistently getting off the ground long enough to get up to it. Okay, so he's got Chidori, right? The only way that he wins, I think, is if the TIE fighter decides to, like, be cocky and fly directly at him, like, get really, really close to the ground and then fly straight at him parallel to the ground, to, like, try and ram him. In that case, if Sasuke has enough time to chop up a Chidori, I think the fact that he can puncture the metal on that like storage tank on the roof in the hospital fight with Naruto, I think you could probably look at that and be like, well, he should be able to punch through the glass on the TIE fighter, and so maybe, just maybe in that situation, he could like kind of dash forward and punch through the hull and kill him. But I don't think he's surviving the crash. Like, okay, cool, you got through the window and you killed the pilot of a spacecraft that is now speeding along right next to the ground. Good luck, That's assuming that it's not made out of some extremely durable material anyway. That's like, yeah, anyway. Um, yeah, so like here is another example, right? Sakura throws her kunai at dude, and dude swipes up his claw his gauntlet to block the incoming kunai, but it doesn't look like he actually activated it and did a sonic attack here, because Sakura, unless you're going to say Sakura's just like immune to his sound attacks, she's just standing there, right? I don't think that like anything they do by default is necessarily sonic unless there's some kind of indication to that effect. But anyway, Saria, hey, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Saria says, it is nearing 1 a.m. Hello, hello. I was locked in reading One Day You'll Leave Me by Deborah Flores, and it is possibly becoming one of my favorite books, and one of the few I can see myself rereading a lot. Hey, that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear it. What about it are you finding so appealing? And also, it seems like, I can't believe that I fell off about this, but it seems like I might have lost track of the progress on your carry video, but it was really cool to see that comment, and I was like, yes, I mean, like, I really expected that people would resonate and connect with it, and I'm so glad to see that happening, man. Like, you deserve to feel proud of the work you've done, for sure. Hey there, Ryoman. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, so thank you for responding to the poll. I don't, I'm sorry that we didn't wind up doing um, the Noodles debate review this evening. But I think I'm still down to do it. I'm making my way through the video, and so maybe we can do that next week if we've gotten through this particular conversation by then, if not the week after. Like, I'm totally down to still review it and talk about it. My findings so far were basically, it's like, I think our conversation in Discord kind of summarized it, that I think that Noodles has consistently been better at debating than the people I have heard him debate, but that's not like a compliment necessarily. Like, I'm not trying to slander Swag here specifically, but like, I don't think he would describe himself as a debater. Like, it's not a something that I remember him ever identifying strongly with that term, right? But at the same time, like, so Noodles beat him. If you want, I'm sorry, I do not think that Noodles actually beat him in either of the debates they had. But even if you said that he did, right? It's like, it's not that much of a compliment because Sage isn't really, Swag isn't really like geared up to do that in the first place. He's more just sort of representing the series from a narrative standpoint as opposed to, you know, coming in with all the debate metas and all the tactics and the experience in that regard. So I do think Noodles really knows how to navigate his way around the competitive arena, so to speak, of a debate to like fight it out to scrap. But when you actually listen to the proactive arguments he's making, it's always the same shit and it's always like super weak. It's like, well, we see some shit broken in the background of the Yukito fight, and as far as I can tell, the only thing that could possibly do that is like a Biju bomb. So I guess we can assume that Yukito fired a Biju bomb, and I guess we can assume that that counts as a physical attack. And since Kakazu isn't very fast, he must have gotten hit by it, which means he can survive Biju bombs. I mean, it's like all these assumptions, stacked on like just kind of very cursory, very inaccurate understandings of the series. But to give him kind of like a ass backwards or like a backhanded compliment, he manages to clear debates despite like not understanding anything, despite making very terrible arguments. So it's like, okay, personally, I think he gets there by being very like belligerent and uncouth and just like, you know, immature and cringy. But if that doesn't bother you, there is plenty to be studied and learned by examining the tactics on display. Even if you don't like anything that he has to say, which I usually don't, you could still learn something about like verbal conflict, I guess, by studying what he does. And I think I noticed this with the debate with Sage as well, that like Jay tends to have this tendency to come with a few arguments, but then like that are sometimes pretty solid, and sometimes he uses good logic as well. Sometimes I agree with his points, but then he doesn't seem like super prepared or super invested in like really digging down into the trench and defending those points when it comes down to it, right? Like, which on the one hand can be good sometimes. Like during the Sage debate, he kind of said he got to a point I think where he was like, what did he say? They were talking about the translation or about the like the validity of a certain translation, I think, that was being used in for one of Sage's arguments, and then he just kind of he laid out his argument and it was a good argument. Sage like responded to it, and maybe I agree, maybe I don't agree, I don't remember. But then then Jay just kind of kept saying like, yeah, well, that's just your opinion. That's just your opinion. We can move on. It's your opinion. Yeah, you stated your opinion. We're just gonna disagree. You can move on, right? So I think that it isn't necessarily the best way to move a conversation forward and have it continue gaining momentum to let go so easily. That was my big piece of feedback for the Sage debate in the end, was like at one point Sage was just like reading entire databook pages and then reading entire like Grammarly articles word for word, and Jay just kind of sat there and let that happen. I'm like, no, you got to get in there. You got to like stay invested and be willing to continue advocating for your position. You know, I say that as somebody who's very conciliatory. Like anybody who heard me on Eon stream, I was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna show this guy what I know, and I'm gonna show him my powers of skepticism. And then he's like, hey, dude, I am friendly and not an asshole. And I'm like, okay, well, we don't have to fight then. Like, so like I'm actually very easy to capitulate or to just like tone things the fuck down if I don't think if the other person is nice, right? Like, I kind of lose the dog of what do you call it, like the fire to have a conflict or anything. Like I don't really have that in me, and even if I do, it like goes away very quickly. Anyway, got distracted by a message. Anyway, let me check with chat real quick. You think Jay won 1 point? I'd be curious which one you think that was. That is something for sure. On the other hand, I have no idea who won in Noodles versus Apollo. The most recent one, oh yeah, I couldn't like I got like 10 or 15 minutes and I haven't finished that one yet. I gotta get to that too. I guess it's good that Noodles is active again. I use good in big fucking air quotes. Sorry says, yeah, that video has been up since the first of the month. LOL and thank you. Oh, dude, I gotta go check it out. I'm sorry it's taken me so long. I just really enjoy the characters in this book. I love cosmology, timeline shenanigans. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. It's really cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Woo stream, let's go. Hey, Dr. Stangle, good to see you. Thank you for sharing that article. I'm gonna definitely check it out. I was very curious to hear your take and on the moon stuff. And honestly, that's a skill that I don't have that I've kind of been wanting to learn more about. But yeah, I'm kind of lacking in the ability to like track down the math of stuff. So I'm genuinely really interested to hear your take. So thank you for sending that over, and respect for getting more content out there, man. It's really good to see you making stuff. Roman says, apparently D1 thinks Jay beat Noodles. Well, that is interesting. Now I'm kind of more invested to see how this all turns out. I think you'd like Noodles versus Apollo more than the previous one because they're respectful, very respectful this time. Oh, that's genuinely very surprising. Yeah, I mean, like, look, both of them brought up interesting points. It was worth talking about, right? Like, I thought it was interesting enough to talk about for however many streams and make that long list and shit. So I'll give it a shot. I will say the thumbnail for the Noodles versus Jay debate degree is like really gross and almost like didn't want to even bother watching it because of that, because like I really don't appreciate the imagery and the implications there. It's shit like that has kind of led me to distance myself from most of the communities that I've even been a part of, Naruto wise. But yeah, that is kind of getting off topic. So what else? Yeah, I wanted to see. Let's check out like two more Genjutsu things really quick, and then we'll go on to Is that? Hang on one second. Oh, art of substitution, so it's not Genjutsu. Then we'll go on to Sage's video. I don't want to take too long to get into it. I just want to make sure that I look at a couple of things. So it's probably going to be a few more chapters, because they have a little break first. Right, and they meet up with Kabuto. There are two dogs inside of you. A chihuahua who wants to bark and a pug that just wants belly rubs. Yes. And the one that wins is the one that you give enough treats to, I guess. You know, I actually have a tattoo that, not to dox myself, I guess, but I have a tattoo that's based on that. And I will say about the two wolves thing, that I got it before it was a cringy meme. I got it before it was cool, you guys. So, just saying for the record, since no one asked. Okay. So, let's see. This is in chapter 61. Apparently, we've already been enjoying some enemies' warm welcome. Okay. A Genjutsu illusion. That's what it looks like when we fell for it. Okay. So, one of the things that Sage brought up is the idea of there being like illusions that are projections on a certain area. And I'm pretty strongly against his interpretation, but when I think about it, in the same way that like Kakashi in the novels, he has this jutsu that he uses to make water, essentially out of chakra, and that water winds up being something that another character can drink, and it helps that person. It's like a little girl, I think, who's like starving, and then it helps bring her back up to health, right? So I can also imagine that if Kakashi put the water in like a jar or in a bottle or something and left it there and came back later, that it would still be there, right? It's like he creates chakra, and chakra you could potentially describe as like an ethereal substance or a non-physical substance or whatever. But then once you apply nature transformation into it and turn it into something, it can persist. I think if Kakashi, maybe an easier example would be if Kakashi put up a mud wall and walked away for a few days, like, it would probably still be there, right? Like, I don't know, there might actually be something in the novels where he has to, like, put in chakra to maintain it, I forget. But if that's not the case, I would like to think that there's some forms of chakra that could just persist indefinitely in the world once they have been given shape and form. I mean, like, the Biju are literally that, so yeah, I mean, obviously, there's probably tons of examples you can think of. So, in theory, I actually don't have a problem with the idea that, like, you can take your chakra and you can make it into like a bubble or like an invisible cube or an area. I'm trying to think about like an area in a video game, right? That you could be like, if you've worked with game engines at all, you can be like, okay, I'm gonna draw a big ass sphere around this area, and then this is gonna be where, uh, like a skybox, you know, like this is where we're going to show clouds, and we're going to like have the sun appear over here, right? It's like it's basically just like this big bubble that in most exterior game levels that you've ever played in any video game ever, there's something called a skybox, and it's literally just like a big sphere that's around everything, and then they put the texture of the sky on that so it surrounds you, right? So, what if somebody in the Naruto universe took their chakra, put it into a big balloon that was invisible, and made the balloon really, really big, and that's what's happening here. So when these characters are walking into this area, it's not necessarily like there's a person right there who's like Itachi in their heads, like playing around with their cranial nerves. Basically, they set this up like a trap beforehand. However they do it, however they manage it, however they pull it off, I have no fucking idea. But one way or another, they put up the chakra, and it does kind of function like a holographic projector. Like anybody who enters within the sphere of influence of this thing sees a completely different version of reality. Um, the only that so I actually don't have a problem with that. I actually think that can work with the overall system. However, I do still think that the sphere of influence, what it's doing to you is it's tricking your sensory pathways. And this is what I talked about before about like how two things that can seem contradictory, we can still find a way to reconcile them and see if that works. So when Kashin Koji puts up an illusion that obfuscates the entrance to the place, it's tempting to say like, oh well, this must be a separate kind of genjutsu that works in a totally different way that's now being layered like a holographic projection. Or we could say, okay, given what we already know about how genjutsu works, we know that it affects the senses, so how does this projection affect the senses? So that's what I would suggest is happening here. This is essentially an area of effect is defined, chakra is released with some sort of transformation that has an area of effect, and then anybody who steps into it experiences the effect, but it's still hypnosis, it's still hallucination. It's not actually like a projection is just light being filtered and processed essentially and aimed and mapped over a certain area, right? And that is then you perceive that coming from the area itself because light is reflecting off of the thing that you're seeing, and then those photons are hitting your eyes. But at the same time, so I think it's not quite like that. I think it's more like there is chakra all over the fucking place with this genjutsu release into it, and once that chakra gets into your system, you see the environment differently. So it is still a triggered area of effect thing that is put up on an area, but it's not actually a projection. Like if you stepped out of that bubble, right? If you get out of the radius, but you can still visually see the area, you're not going to see the illusion anymore. If Kakuzu and Hidan had been wearing like gas masks or whatever when they got to Shangri-La and hadn't breathed in the scent coming off of the river, and they looked at it, well, since they couldn't smell the thing that was affecting them, the genjutsu, they would have just fucking seen it right in front of them, right? It wasn't that there was like a holographic, what do you call it, like a cloak of invisibility or something in Harry Potter that was actually creating a real visual obstruction. It was all in their heads. So that is how I feel about it now, but I think I might have been a little unfair last time, so I just want to make that clarification. Um, let's see. Ryoman says, have you ever heard about Umi Neko in the context of power scaling? Kind of interested what would be your view on it. I feel like I have. I haven't looked into it much myself, but isn't that one of those series that like seems kind of innocent on the surface, but then when you look into it, it's like little high school girls or whatever have cosmic like reality breaking powers. If you actually like try to scale them, I might be thinking of something else though. There are basically two main interpretations. One is that Umineko is one of the strongest verses in fiction, like Outer Boundless Ranges. The other one is that it's a human level verse. Dude, actually, well, yeah, you're probably right that, like, knowing me and my own, like, approach to things, I would probably be very skeptical of the higher end stuff. But I love that there's, like, the two disparate interpretations are so vastly different, because it's fascinating to me that people would get to such different conclusions. Like, within the yeah. Yeah, yeah. Just because like we're all looking at the same data set and to come to such wildly different interpretations, that fascinates me, right? Yeah. Oh, hi there. How about no? Hope you're doing well. I saw a message that was retracted, so I won't read it out. But yeah, feel free to send it again if you like. Saria says, "Oh yeah, we got a new puppy. You got a new puppy? Oh my god, that's so great. He's a small, small snowball. That's congratulations. That's awesome. A friend of mine also just got a new puppy. And it's always such like an injection of joy into your existence. So I'm really really happy. What kind of puppy is it? A small snowball? Is it like a Malamute or something? Roman says it depends on whether you believe witches and Metaworld stuff is real to begin with. Oh, yeah, I would like to, but I don't currently. Interpret it all to be purely metaphorical. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Oh, real to begin with inverse. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's like, well, you're not going to be able to scale this unless you believe in witches. I'm like, okay. I actually have some friends that are pagan and Wiccan, and so I could actually probably find a witch on pretty short notice if you needed me to. How about No says the bit with Umineko is that a bunch of characters are witches messing with reality like it's a book, and main character's ability is just that he goes nuh-uh, so it is how it works. I fucking love that. Yeah, I haven't seen Mashal yet because I haven't. Magic isn't real time. Okay, I'm gonna need to check this out. That sounds fucking awesome. I haven't checked it out yet, but like apparently the premise of Mashal is like, what if Harry Potter went to Hogwarts, but he knew no magic at all, but he was just super super buff, and anytime anybody tries to use a spell on him, he's just like, yeah, I use regular ordinary punch, and it just cuts through your magic bullshit. If that is the case, then I'm going to be very I'm gonna love that series. I'm sure when I get around to it. I will say that all I know right now about the series is that Bling Blang Bang Born is a fucking amazing song. I can't stop listening to it. So if the show accomplishes nothing other than getting me more into creepy nuts, then like, yeah, like the Don Da Don theme song is really cool too. You know, they're a lovely band. I've really enjoyed their stuff. Let's see. Back John, welcome back. Hope you had a good time. Your first place spot is still one for me. Yeah, I have no idea how that shit works, but I hope you guys enjoy it. Shinigami says, oh, he's a Maltese. Maltese, very nice. Shinigami says, but anyways, I started sending you stuff for the script. I'm going to be sending Death Note stuff because you're likely familiar with instances of Itachi. Cool, cool, yeah. Feel free to remind me. I should be around more this week to be able to, like, respond to stuff like this. So, yeah. Especially now that I'm... Oh, yeah, yeah. Especially now that I'm, like, more able to actually react to things. Um, Cool. So let me see if I can glean anything over here. Oh yeah, by the way, I think it would be... I've mentioned this before, but if you have access to the volume releases of Naruto, definitely read the little blurbs from Kishimoto. They're such like charming and informative little anecdotes about his life. Um, okay, so nothing doppelgangers, all trapped like rats. So I just want to see... I've got to see the heart of what's going on. This might actually give us some insight. My body won't obey my commands. Oh, because of the seal thing. Turn to your scroll. Does the fact that they physically hurt Kabuto mean they're solid doppelgangers and not just illusions? Even doppelgangers have some substance that usually fade away once you beat them. And these guys are still here, so is this a Genjutsu after all? They are just illusions. Okay, they are just illusions. Genjutsu cast by the enemy. Okay. The illusionist is watching from somewhere close by, synchronizing a real physical attack with the movements of the enemies we think we're seeing. It enhances our perception that the Shadow Shinobi we're fighting are real. So notice that, like, the way that Kabuto describes this, I guess it's open to interpretation, right? It's not super clear. But it seems to me like what he's saying here is more like, yeah, this illusionist is fucking with our senses. We think we're seeing a thing, but the thing that we're seeing is not actually there, as opposed to, like, we are seeing a shadow projected image and we can't attack it because it's ethereal. It's like we're seeing something that's not even there in the first place, right? And convince us to believe that the kunai are coming from any direction he wants to. We'll never find him that way, but he's hoping we'll try. Okay, the actual physical foe won't come out and face us, so we're completely worn out and helpless. Okay, wonder how long they'll last. Yeah, so they're like way away in the forest. But it does, like, for the record, though, here's the thing, too. it looks like he is actively making a hand seal, which to me indicates that he's still operating the Genjutsu, right? So he didn't just like inject chakra into all of their brains and then kind of like peace out for the day, right? It seems to me like he is there continuing to spend quote unquote mana on this jutsu and to maintain it. Um, if somebody were to come up behind him, right, and kill him, I think that in a couple of seconds the genjutsu would fade away, right? Let's see. Illusion simultaneously. Okay, and this is where he does like the feint thing, which I think is also a pretty interesting consequence. Or sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, sorry. Yeah, what I meant to say was that it's a very impressive intelligence feat that Naruto managed to come up with the strategy. Okay. We've been hounding. Yeah, it's interesting too. We've been hounding their psyches all night, right? So they let the illusions fade, and then they kind of come out and fool them. Yep. Let's see. What's a distraction? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Using Genjutsu to beat you at your own game. Okay. Cool. So I think the only other thing I wanted to look at really quickly was the we'll come back to this later because I think Sage mentions it, but I think also the feather jutsu. I wanted to see if there was anything that Kakashi said about that. I don't really think so. We do see for the feather genjutsu that Kabuto uses, we see him like form the hand seal for it, obviously. He has to gather chakra and then release it like anything else, right? It's a jutsu after all. But then what do we actually see when the operation starts? That's what I wanted to go over real quick, and then we'll get to Sage's video right away. Okay, so Kabuto does his hand sign, we see all these feathers, and then all of the people start to slump over, right? So we do have a direct instance of a crowd of presumably civilians who aren't necessarily chakra users. They're garbed very differently anyway. You know, just in the stands, all of a sudden like passing out and falling asleep. Naruto also says, why do I see feathers? But I don't know if there's actually any evidence that, like we talked about this last time, I don't think the feathers themselves are physical, right? Seeing the feathers is part of the hypnotism itself, right? So, when they do, okay, leave it to the Konoha elites, they would notice and reverse the Genjutsu, okay? So you can reverse the Genjutsu by, like, getting control back of your own chakra, so to speak. I just wanted to see what he said about, like, Sakura's ability to detect it, and then I'll check chat in a second, too. Just kind of focusing for a sec. He's the one who performed the Genjutsu. Yeah, we don't actually see any feathers, like, around the arena, right? So those were illusory. I think it said so in the data book as well. Kashi, does he say anything? I was just looking at this, too. I don't think so, but I just wanted to bring it up so we don't have to go back and look for it later. Almost there, I promise. Pouring in, okay. It should be, like, right over here, so... Yeah, where's Sasuke? They thin out the ranks. I love this little panel from Kakashi too. It's so cool. Let's see. Okay, moving on. Here we go. Okay. I knew it would pay off to teach you Genjutsu during the Genin survival exercises. You really do have a talent for it. Undo the Genjutsu on Naruto and Shikamaru and wake them up. Right. So I think, like, here's the thing. At this point, Kabuto... Contrary to what we were saying about the those characters in the field, right? I don't necessarily think that now that these characters have been put to sleep, that Kabuto has to stay there and maintain this particular jutsu, because with the other one, they were actively causing a visual illusion to keep the, like, Team Kabuto, so to speak, burning through their chakra and exhausting them. But in this case, Kabuto just wants to put them to sleep. So I think he'll probably have to maintain the jutsu for as long as he's forming the hand seal and, like, generating the feathers. But then once they go to sleep, they'll probably stay asleep, right? Unless they get woken up by something else. That's just me speculating, though. But let's see what Sakura does here specifically, right? She molds her chakra. She says release, but in this case, she doesn't apply the release to herself as much as she just puts it on Naruto, right? She does. Where the hell is it? Ino's asleep. Yeah, so she does the same signs. She like closes her eyes. She says release, but then she touches Naruto and like presumably disrupts the overwritten chakra flow inside of his body. So, and then Shikamaru obviously was able to release it as well. Okay, so yeah, that's it. I'll check up on chat real quick, and then we'll get started with the Sage video. I could talk about Genjutsu all night, but I don't want to. Like, I want to actually see if we can, if not finish, just get at least 2 minutes into it by the end of the night. So let me catch up real quick. Roman says, personally, I'm currently closer to the interpretation. There's no actual supernatural stuff in Umineko. Now I'm really curious. Grand Krilled, sorry, says, dude, my phone died. Sorry for not hearing the answer to the question. Yeah, no worries, dude. I understand stuff like that happens. Do you want me to go over it again? You were asking about TIE Fighter versus Sasuke, right? The summary of it is, like, I don't think Sasuke has a chance against it unless he somehow manages to, like, get in front of the cockpit, and if Chidori can get through it, then he could maybe kill the pilot, but I think he'd probably still die in the crash. So no, I wouldn't. I think like end of Shippuden Sasuke, sure, but like not kid Sasuke for sure. Roman says, which fandom is worse, Berserk or Attack on Titan? Honestly, I haven't been a part of either of them, so I don't know. From what little I've seen of the Berserk community, I do think it tends to unfortunately attract a subset, a small subset of the population tends to be a little more male rights advocate, I think, than I would appreciate, because they not to be too mean or anything, but they identify with the part of the downtrodden, weight of the world on my shoulders, nobody will ever understand me aspect of Guts's personality, and I think they maybe miss, kind of like with the Witcher books, I think they focus a little bit on that too much, and then they miss like the interrogation and deconstruction of that over time. It's like, yeah, Geralt is a lone wolf in more ways than one, and he fights monsters by himself, and he has all the bitches that he wants, and he's like, he never gets too attached, right? That's who he is, right? Except if you read the books, like, that gets completely obliterated. Like, his character gets totally analyzed and winds up being a critique of that kind of male archetype. And it's so, if people are just like, yeah, Geralt is peak masculinity, and like, he is, but maybe, but not in the way that you think, you know? So, but I don't know anything about the Attack on Titan fandom, honestly. Grand Krill said, I forgot that guy can use chakra and jutsus. He is just made it doing it. Yeah, there's a lot of random characters that actually, have little feats, little things that are expanded on in the data books, or just, like, get forgotten about because they're featured so infrequently, you know what I mean? I don't even know if he's mid. I think he just decides not to. That could also be, yeah. Makes sense. A Genjutsu user enters the mind of the opponent or is dependent on the jutsu. I think it depends. I think with Tsukuyomi, like Itachi, we were talking about this last time, right? Like, I think there's a Genjutsu called Hell Viewing Technique, which is the one that Kakashi uses on Kid Sasuke in the Bell test. And if I remember correctly, the databook's entry on that in the first databook says that, like, the way that it works is once it gets into your head, it just shows you your own, like, deep fear. The reason why Sakura saw Sasuke all impaled and bleeding and stuff like that, and covered and, like, dying, was because in her heart she was very attached to Sasuke, and so her fear, at the moment anyway, her greatest fear was, like, Sasuke dying or being harmed. So that's what she saw. But if he had cast that on Sasuke, he might not have seen Naruto, or actually probably wouldn't have seen Naruto or Sakura in that state. He probably would have seen, like, something from the Uchiha massacre. And, like, Kakashi doesn't necessarily have any mental imagery that he's preparing and, like, painting in the mind of Sasuke or Sakura. He just casts the Genjutsu, and then their mind does the work for him. But with the Tsukuyomi, it's very different, right? Like, with that jutsu, it's very clear that Itachi has control over the dream realm, so to speak, and he is basically, like, doing real-time video game level design, where he's creating, like, a nightmare hell himself in this space, and he's in control of what it looks like and what it feels like for the other person. And you can also use the Tsukuyomi in a benign way as well, like when Itachi uses it on his girlfriend in the novel, when Madara uses it to bring Obito into the illusory space on the God Tree. You know, it doesn't have to be used for damage necessarily. But yeah, it's there are different ways to get it to work. It can either be specifically designed by the caster, or it can be kind of a neutral, like Rorschach kind of thing. Let's see. Berserk fans are extremely fair when it comes to their critique of Griffith. I feel like we talked about that before, yeah. I mean, like, that's an interesting topic. That would be worth having a debate about, honestly. Like, regardless of whatever perspective I take, I think trying to make the argument for Griffith's actions being justified or not, whichever stance you take, it's going to be an interesting debate, right? So that's something I would actually show up for sure. Oh yeah, we talked about the misrepresentation of Aaron before. I remember that, yeah. I think I understand your concern there. How about No says, interestingly, Sasuke intends to project his illusion on a location in his Resident novel. Unfortunately, it's a novel I don't have the JP for. Oh, if you remember which one, I either have it or I'll gladly get it. Can you send me a message in Discord and I'll go look into it. Also, sorry again, sorry, I haven't responded to a lot of people's messages, including the amazing like translations and stuff you've been sharing. Just again, I really do appreciate it. Even if I fucking take a year to respond to anything, like just know that I do read the messages and I do appreciate them, and it's never a reflection on you guys if I am lazy and slow to respond. It's on me. Sting Up says, bro, you are making me madder at the whole shit when he argued that Itachi needs to actively process the illusion. Really? But I think he does. I think Itachi does need to be present to kind of micromanage the illusion. Do you disagree with that? Like, can you show me those scans of Kakashi and Sakura instance you're describing? Yeah, sure. We talked about this last time, but it's super easy to pull up, so no problem. If we go back to... this would be sort of against that point, right? This particular technique doesn't require Kakashi to stay plugged in. So I think this is in chapter 6. Yeah, chapter 6. And this is where Kakashi uses hell viewing technique on Sakura, right? She kind of goes like misty-eyed over here. Kakashi does this hand sign. See here, like kind of fade away. There's this whirlwind of leaves. And then she sees this, right? His arm is cut off. He's bleeding. He's about to die. And then she screams, falls over, and Kakashi says, was that too much? Right? And of course, Sasuke is nowhere nearby. And figures out that he's using Genjutsu. He closes his eyes. He kind of explains what he saw, employing hypnotism to create hallucinations in others. Hallucinations in others. Fucking Sean Connery mode activated. But then if we go to the data book, like Naruto Versity is a great source for the data books. Again, like be skeptical of the data books in general, but as a breakdown on the technique itself, go to the first one, the Jutsu entry, search for hell. I think it's hell viewing. Yeah, hell viewing technique, demonic illusion. D rank, the jutsu reveals the fears that dwell inside people's hearts. Whether they're aware of it or not themselves doesn't matter. Pictured in the bottom of their hearts, everyone has an image of the one thing they least want to see, or to ever see. This genjutsu is a technique that draws forth such an image from within the heart and has one mistake it for reality. In other words, if the mental image is a gruesome one, the shock will be accordingly great. Sasuke is the object of Sakura's longing admiration. The image was enough of a shock to cause her to faint. So just while we're here really quick, and I promise we will actually talk about the fucking Sage video, I want to go, because we talked about this last time, and we didn't actually go through with it. Let's just compare that to the entry for Tsukuyomi. Now, granted, there's a lot more like poetry and abstract language in here, so take it with a grain of salt, but... An inner hell as eternal as heaven and earth. The grip held onto the principles of all creation thoroughly annihilates one's heart and soul. Again, so not exactly expository like writing here, but anyway. Amidst the inside hypnosis possessed by the Sharingan is a supreme genjutsu born for the aforementioned hypnosis Tsukuyomi. Originally, people on the face of the earth live bound by limitations like time, gravity, and space, and how people exert their abilities within those restrictions is what separates the victors from the vanquished. But in the mental world, where the caster drags their opponent, the Tsukuyomi Jutsu gives them control over those very limitations. Namely, this means inside the Genjutsu, the physical world's common sense is completely irrelevant and opposing the caster is impossible. Someone caught into the Tsukuyomi finds themselves into a strange world of infinity, their fate lying entirely lying inside the caster's hands. Sometime they will undergo the torments of hell, and some other time they will be repeatedly shown a horrendous, hellish picture of agony and mayhem, with no idea of when either of those will end. As a result, the poor prisoner can only wait until the collapse of their psyches. Even a body made of iron or the speed of light are powerless before this jutsu. Please don't take that literally, which is the reason why it is feared as the most powerful. The moment the adversary is exposed to Mangekyo Sharingan, a strange realm as they've never seen before extends before their eyes, and there the world's principles obey the caster's beck and call. Like, again, The world's principles themselves obey the caster's beck and call. Since attacks in the spiritual realm have no power to physically wound or kill, it bestows an unfathomable amount of mental damage. The ultimate dojutsu made possible only by the Mangekyou Sharingan. One could say this is a true to God-given jutsu. The phenomena that happen inside of the mental realm are entirely the caster's to command, which is to say, the images shown or the actions taken can be changed according to the opponent in order to yield maximum efficiency, right? So, yeah, in this particular instance, basically, like, I think this is kind of how it works. The caster of the Genjutsu will almost like set aside, like reserve a little space, and that space is a mental space that can be shared by both the caster and the opponent. But unlike the like Biju Psyche plane where all the Biju just hang out and talk to each other, you know, on that like Zoom call, essentially, where Naruto meets all the Jinchuriki and shit like that, instead of it being just like this neutral place, since it's a Genjutsu space that's being controlled by the caster, Itachi can do whatever the fuck he wants to it, right? Like, it's not a literal physical space that he has control over the same way that, like, I don't know, having magical abilities to like sculpt the earth. Like, I'm thinking about Avatar and Kyoshi, like making her own little island and shit like that. It's not quite like that. It's because it's in a mental world. It's not real. But Itachi does have like full control over all of the stuff in there, and he can make the perception of time seem completely different. He can induce the perception of pain. So that's an important thing to realize too, is that like when we talk about like chakra going through the sensory pathways and stuff like that, Itachi gets into his opponent's mind via the visual sensory pathways, but then once he's in there, he can kind of do whatever he wants, right? So I think Sage is like at least half right, maybe even more about that point, and having a week to think about it some more, like I'm more aligned with him than I thought I would be. But yeah, so that being said, let's get into the video. I will catch up on chat first. I know I've been leaving you guys hanging, so just give me a second, and then we'll get started with the video. Itachi MFTL, fuck, get so triggered by that. Yeah, that's obviously complete horseshit. I mean, I'll stop myself from getting into there, but like, getting into it too much, but the idea that Itachi's perception could be faster than the speed of light when his visual perception is based on perceiving photons that move at the speed of light is going to require a pretty substantial set of evidence for me to even take that seriously, you know what I mean? Let's see. Show me those scans, Kakashi. Yeah, okay. It's not that it's only... Not only is that not stated, it's directly contradicted, where it's stated to make bones more durable. All that's stated is that training specifically can't make your organs stronger. Oh, I'm sorry, what is the, oh, Grand Krill asked something before. I say that chakra can't make your inside stronger. That means any attack that directly ignores your durability, just one taps if the ninja doesn't have durability. My personal view on this, which I'm not prepared to, like, start a whole thing about it right now, but my personal view on this is that the Naruto characters are just human beings, that they use chakra to give themselves superhuman abilities, but at a baseline, you know, if they're not molding chakra, they're not like, I need to find where this scene actually comes from, because I might have just made it up, but in my head, I have this scene of like Superman sitting in a like a police interview room or something, and they try to take some of his blood with a needle, and the needle just like collapses, and they can't actually get it into his vein because his skin's just that hard. Or like in The Boys, right? Characters like any of the superhero characters in that are just kind of like immune to bullets. Like they get hurt by them a little bit, but the bullets don't pierce their skin because they're just that hard. I don't think that's the case in Naruto. I think the characters need to reinforce their base durability with some kind of jutsu in order to pull off stuff like that. So I know it comes up all the time, the fucking Minato shin splinter feat. That to me is not extraordinary at all. That is like, characters are just not very durable by default, and then they can supplement that with techniques. And I personally, this is something I don't think I can prove or like win a debate about, so take it with a huge grain of salt. But personally, in my headcanon, like, because you can solidify chakra and use it for stuff like the Susanoo or whatever, and you can like make it super dense and then it takes on form, I personally think that gathering chakra in various parts of your body can increase the durability of it. When you think about like Choji taking the red pill and then gathering all that chakra into his hand, if it didn't provide him with at least a little bit of a durability boost to withstand the force that he was then imparting to his foe with that single concentrated punch, that wouldn't really make sense given the durability anti-feats that he has up to that point in the fight, right? So it's complicated. I think it's a little bit vague, but yeah, I think that like in general, having more chakra running through your body might give you a boost to durability because it's just like this substance that it's more shit that's like a layer between you and your organs, I guess, or like flowing through your body. But I can't prove that. But I think it's more easy to prove that like um, if you concentrate chakra into various places, it can be solid enough to repel attacks or increase your durability. Yeah, Itachi MFTL plus is like it's so goofy. I can't I can't get on board with that. Obviously, if your own chakra attacking your own organs, you can't use chakra to enhance them while that's happening. I think there's something in the Neji versus Hinata fight that says like you can't reinforce your internal organs at all or something like that, right? Um, but yeah, I forget. No, see, now I have to go back and look at that after the stream because I feel like that was specifically mentioned in contrast to strengthening your organs with strengthening your muscles with chakra, right? I'm writing a note to investigate that more later. Guts with his armor versus Kakashi in part 1. Oh yeah, if it's the Berserker armor, it's Guts for sure, like 100%. Um, unless if it's just physicals, it's Guts. But if it's I forget. I haven't read Berserk in a while. I forget if like Guts is susceptible to mind hacks, but I think given his tendency to lose his sense of self when he gets like overtaken by the Berserker armor and like the Dark Beast or whatever, and like Shirka needing to help pull him out of that, I don't think he has particularly good like mind hacks resistance through any like explicit means. So yeah, I think Genjutsu would work on him just fine. But also, I feel like he's gone up against enough abstract, esoteric enemies that even if Kakashi did pull off a Genjutsu on him, it wouldn't be an instant win condition for him, especially if he had his helmet down, if Guts did. Because even if he's under an illusion, like, if Itachi uses Tsukuyomi on him, right, he's just gonna keep hacking and slashing and thrashing around like Denji in the fucking, the Fear Devil's, elevator shaft or whatever. He's just gonna keep going and going and going until he fucking like breaks out of it eventually. It just like tires out Itachi. But I mean, that might be missing the point of the Tsukuyomi. I don't know. Almost any attack Kakashi has would be enough. Maybe Chidori, but or Raikiri, but I don't think so. Shinigami says the most important thing for me. Do you know the gap between Itachi and most genius characters with this? I don't know actually. It would be a case with chakra potency and chakra control with arbitrary percentages of some control needed. Need something more apparent for Tsukuyomi. Needed stronger proof. Then he just controls it completely. I think we need to go back through the series and like look for that specifically. Grand Crid says if a ninja pulls up chakra attack that punches your heart with the strength of a 14-year-old, all characters in Naruto without regen would die to that. Honestly, it depends, but maybe actually, because I mean like Neji's whole thing, like Neji is one of the geniuses of his class, and his whole thing is the gentle fist, right? It's just like he doesn't even hit all that hard. He just kind of like taps you, but he injects chakra into you, kind of into your like to disrupt your Tengetsu, to block them or to deal damage directly to your organs. So yeah, I think so. I mean like I feel like we could probably go through Naruto and find examples of characters who just punch each other and like hurt each other with their punches, right? Like without even like, and I'm not talking about like in the middle of a battle with a fucking QB cloak on. I mean just like two characters normally hanging out, one punches the other, and the other's like, "Ah, why did you do that?" Right? Like, and gets hurt by it. So Kakashi wins. I don't think so, but that's okay. Kakashi in hand to hand might be weaker than Guts. I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean like it depends. If Guts has a Berserker sword, I mean just look at Kakashi versus Zabuza, as a vague analogy of something similar. Like if Guts can scale to Zabuza at all, which I mean like I'm pretty sure he can by just looking at how he does up against like the war demons and stuff like that, then he should be able to give Kakashi a hell of a time, right? But yeah. Kakashi versus Obi-Wan death battle. I haven't really found like gotten too deep into the death battle stuff. The last couple of death battle videos I saw, I felt like they were fair and decent overviews, but the arguments themselves weren't like as definitive and thorough as some of the stuff like in your average Naruto debate with like two Naruto special interest folks like going at it with each other, you're going to hear much more in-depth analysis of Naruto as a series itself than you will in that, um, from what I remember. Uh, but it was a good sort of generalist, entertaining video. Didn't they say something about like, I feel like certain feats about Jedi came up from the novels that like Obi-Wan like holding a planet together or something like that. Look, this might just be me being a casual and not understanding, but when I watch Star Wars, if I then go to something like if I watch some fucking, I don't know, A New Hope, and then I go to a book that says, "Oh yeah, this motherfucker also held an entire planet together." I'm not seeing it. If I go back and watch the prequels, I'm not seeing that this guy has the ability to do that equivalent force, right? Because if so, why wouldn't he just like instead of jumping in and like challenging Grievous to like a stupid like glow stick fight in a pod racing industrial complex or whatever the fuck they were fighting on, why doesn't he just like unleash that same power on the base and blow it up, right? It's like if these characters do actually have these powers to that extent, they sure aren't using them very well, you know. But I don't know. There might be a reason for it. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up on chat real quick. I'm taking too long to answer some of this stuff. Sorry. It's fun though. I really like talking about it. Sorry, it says I'm feeling so much whiplash because this is the third stream I've been in today. For oh shit, we're going from video games to video games to quantum mechanics to astrophysics to Naruto. Yeah, you're giving your brain a whole trip. Please don't let me like contribute to your being overstimulated at all. Let's see. Kakashi beat Obi-Wan if it's War Arc, maybe. Any explanations? I'll try to give you succinct explanations if I can, but no promises. Guts is strong enough, strong in the context of real world people, not so much in the broader scope of fiction. Yeah, I would say that in part one for sure, but once we get to the war demons and stuff, I feel like it's weird. Like he himself doesn't seem to be that strong, but then he manages to do really well against things that should be way stronger than he is. So I think that he would perform much better than his like stat stick scaling would imply potentially. Guts beats vast majority of JJK and Chainsaw Man. I think he gets pretty far in Chainsaw Man, yeah. Vast majority of both are just normal people. Psycho's saying, yeah, that's fair. Death Battle was got both Kakashi and Obi-Wan wrong, but the outcome was right. Oh, that's interesting. They got there regardless. That's cool. I'm talking about characters from let's say top 30 in both. Oh, I don't know, yeah, I don't think Guts gets very far in like The Boys, for example, right? He is extremely he's still a human after all, and part of the appeal of his character is that he is a normal human struggling against these like incredible adversaries and adversities and adversaries and still coming out on top. Let's see if I had to describe bodies of iron and speed of light almost implies shit like that is a thing in the verse, but it's not. No one takes blades to the bare skin. Yeah, exactly, 100%. And no one's faster than A. I think there's an argument that KCM Naruto is faster than A, but like at that point certainly not. Minato maybe, but like nobody else at that point is that fast for sure. Based on the data was maybe with the exaggeration stance. Oh yeah, I don't think A is necessarily faster than lightning. No, I disagree with that. But you probably heard me talk enough about that. Oh yeah, the light transmission. So yeah, that's a very important thing to consider. Meanwhile, base durability A can get shot at light speed without injury. When did he get shot at light speed? Can you remind me of that? Dr. Strang says, I'm very forgiving for plot-based information propagation, like in Star Trek Discovery, when they see stars exploding from the other side of the galaxy, in spite of the fact that it's not. Oh, yeah, that's totally fair, right? And, like, I really like, I recently-ish had to work on a video game where we were doing a battle in space, and you're flying around spaceships and you're shooting stuff. And the thing is, there's no sound in space, right? Because there's no medium for sound to travel through. Now, obviously, if you're in a spaceship and you hit the side of the spaceship with your fist or whatever, that's going to make a sound because the ship is going to vibrate, and that's going to cause your suit and the air in it to vibrate. And so, yeah, that's fine. But the sound is not going to propagate out of the craft because there's nothing for it to propagate into. But Star Wars, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, like The Expanse, most shows that do things with exterior space shit happening will still make there be sounds because it just doesn't feel right to most audiences. It feels like a bug, right? It feels like a glitch in the movie if everything goes silent. Battlestar Galactica actually handled this really well by basically making most of the stuff very, very quiet and just picking out a couple of things. But you can't have like the Death Star explode and just have it be silent. Like I think you could from a creation from like a universe design standpoint, but people they would not test well, and so studios genuinely like generally don't want to do that shit. So the space battle that I worked on, like we tried that for a second because it was like, oh, this could be fun. Like let's be bold with it. Let's be provocative. And then we gave it to our playtesters, and they were like, why is there no sound? The sound is broken, but we got all these bugs. And it's like it's not broken, but okay, fine. And so now now it's got a lot of fucking noise, and it actually sounds better. I think honestly, like as much as I would have liked the boldness of like going totally dark with the sound, I also like the sounds that we have in there. So it's like it's just one of those concessions that you don't necessarily appeal to real world physics for, right? Um, let's see. The Raikage genes are built different. That is true. Then again, no chakra. Naruto is punching and headbutting through steel without any esho. Oh, are you talking about in the novel where he like gets through that yeah, he's like trapped in a lab or something with another person, and he has to break out of it, and he punches through the steel. So that might actually be the case, right? Because um his he is not able to mold chakra, but his body is probably baseline like superhuman by that point anyway, right? Um challenge me to a glow stick fight. Whoever eats more of the glow sticks wins. I was I'm a rather hefty individual. I'm not in like you're not gonna find me on the cover of a fucking like uh ab workout magazine anytime soon, and I'm totally fine with that. But when I was a kid, I was like pretty self-conscious about it, being like a heavier dude. And so when I eventually like I kind of like didn't really fit in, and so I was at this school event thing, and I was like, okay, well, fat people at least were good at eating stuff, right? So they had this like pie eating contest, and I was like, I'm sure that at being a fat kid, like I get a +10 racial bonus to fast pie consumption, and I got like totally fucking blitzed in the pie eating competition by this skinny jock who weighed like half my weight. So it's like I'm like, damn, can I at least get like this bonus, when in my class selection, can I at least get like this little perk? But no, no, it's nothing to do with it. So even if it were a glow stick eating contest, you'd probably beat me anyway. Really slow, picky ass eater. Gonna draw as your hair dries. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think Kakashi can die to bullets. I think he can. I feel like Kakashi's below multi-city block level physically, so he can like die to high caliber bullets. Yeah, I would agree with that. Naruto characters are good at hand to hand. Me or really show me anime animation. Yeah, there's some good stuff in the anime for sure. Loki, no direct guts feat is as good as the stuff Suigetsu pulls off Ozawa's sword, despite being weaker. Disagree with that intuitively, but we could talk about it more. Very nice says, I think I agree with you. By the way, chakra punches are stated to work are rooted in projecting the energy at precise timing rather than hardening your body. Yep, that makes sense. I also feel like we can hand wave the fundamental issues with being faster than light if given enough feats, because maybe the verse doesn't acknowledge baseline facts of nature like those. Yeah, I mean, like, I stand, or like I totally agree with the idea that like no content creator of any sort, in terms of like writing a novel or creating a fictional universe, nobody needs to adhere to any sort of real world physics or have any understanding of that whatsoever, like at all. It's not a requirement, and you can make up whatever rules you want for your verse, and you can adhere to or completely ignore any real world stuff whatsoever. So is it possible that characters in Naruto, for example, could move at the speed of light, even though we might not be capable of ever doing that in the real world? Sure. I think you and I agree on this, so this is not like an attack on you or anything like that. But I think what is important to acknowledge, though, is that if an author goes out of their way to call out something like the speed of sound, explain how sound works, explain how it goes into the ear, show a diagram of the ear, explain that in great detail, then does the same thing for lightning, then does the same thing for like, I don't know, how bones work and the osteoclast and osteoblast and blah blah blah, and consistently establishes a trend of like, I am explaining how the physics works in this world, and I'm drawing direct parallels with our reality, and then also calls out, like I think I mentioned lightning and cumulonimbus clouds and stuff like that, then also does mention the speed of light specifically and explicitly, but says here is why this doesn't work, then people are like, but it says in the data books that the speed of light is a real thing, but there's no corroboration or explanation for that whatsoever. That to me is weird, right? That doesn't line up with the precedent that's been established. It's still possible, but it doesn't make sense based on, like, why is the author leaving out clearly the most amazing, like, threshold. Like think about how fucking incredible it would be for anybody in any universe to accomplish speed of light travel. It's insane. It's like revolutionary. And he would go through all that effort to call out lightning and sound speed and all that stuff, and to call out light, but only specifically to mention it in a context where it can only be used in one specific way. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah. Gosh, usually not chakra amp. These characters don't augment themselves passively or commonly, and even then their feats don't scale to each other, not even to themselves. That's an interesting topic for sure. And get into it later, but yeah. Kaguya tanks the Death Star. She might be able to send like a TSO through the center of it and just like rip it apart. I'm not opposed to that. She probably can't tank it. Maybe you can argue she can regenerate from being completely destroyed. Oh yeah, like I don't think she can tank the laser from it, like a laser blast, like the one that destroyed Alderaan or whatever. I don't think that she's like taking that to the face and just surviving it. She'll probably get damaged, but she can regenerate, right? Her physical body would probably be damaged. Your hype of guts is to believe he straight up has superhuman stats. That might be the case. I mean, like, isn't it the case that his sword, like, Guts spends so much time fighting, like, demons and shit with his sword, that his sword eventually just becomes cursed by, like, basically being covered in demon guts forever. And so, he, like, blood and guts. And so, like, he can then, like, combat ethereal creatures because of that. I don't know if that's 100% true, but they definitely took inspiration from that for Dark Souls weaponry. Like, there's weapons in there that are cursed, and because they are cursed, they can interact with ghosts in the way that regular weapons can't. And the idea, I think, is taken from, like, the fact that Guts has spent so much time in the interstice that it's affected himself, and his weaponry has taken on, like, a new context as well. So, I wonder if it's something like that. Okay, the beam of the... Oh, what does YH stand for, Grand Krill? Is it Yaha? I've never seen that abbreviation before. Beam of the Death Star is not light speeding cannon. Krennic in Rogue One, main director of the Death Star, sees the station traveling at him while injured before being animized. Oh, okay, gotcha. Literally is looking at the Death Star in the building, and he looks up, he sees a green beam come at him in a very poetic death, and he's disintegrated while the beam travels. So Kaguya could evade the beam of one reactor and needs to escape the explosion too. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. The only characters who had been beating Guts and JJK are Mahito, Kenjaku Dabura, Yuki Sukuna. I don't see Maki on there, so we're fighting now. The rest, I think he just heavily outscales in speed, and they have no counter to him, just outlasting them. Yeah, put Maki on there, and then we're fine. The Grand Quilt says, chakra making the body stronger, similar to force augmentation. Force users' general durability is higher by just being born force sensitive and doesn't get that much. Oh, I didn't realize this. Like, is there some correlation between like the midi-chlorians in your system and your durability? Can that work? Loki, one punch from Academy Sarada is killing Guts on the spot. That makes me angry, so I'm not going to engage with it. You might be right, though. You might be right. I don't know. Better after that, unless they want to get tougher, okay? Dr. Stein says, John, you're just being skeptic who doesn't want to admit Naruto is light speed. Yeah, I have an agenda, and I'm a skeptic, and I'm a nitpicker, and also I haven't read any of the data books, and I don't understand anything. But I get really upset when people tell me no, and so I just need to continue talking, and that's never going to stop. And now you are part of this, and it's never going to end, and I hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy. CSF Guts loses to Makima, Yoru, Darkness Devil, Gun Devil, Santa Claus, Quan Chi. Quan Chi for sure, yeah. Potentially Aki, Tank Devil, and Death Devil. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to dispute that too much, but I think that a lot of what you said probably works. I think like him being turned into a puppet would probably work too, right? Gus says the superhuman is a result of existing in interstice. Oh, okay, cool. Dude, how about no on spot with the, or on point with the fucking references as usual. I appreciate that. Oh, obviously Pochita, yeah. Guts at massively hypersonic plus. I don't know about that. I'm very, 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 very skeptical about Guts being massively hypersonic. That doesn't make sense to me. But maybe. Guts is physically overpowered and outskilled by base Vader. I'm even more skeptical about that. I don't think so. Although, maybe Vader's like force... Well, that's the thing. I'm going off of the Vader in the movies, right? I understand he has much better feats in like the games and the novels and shit like that. So maybe. Guts technically has no way to do anything to Maki since her durability is always the same. Oh, okay. I just like her. I just know that like people, ever since Sage made that video about like Maki versus who was it? Was it Boruto? Maki versus somebody that he did with Miyoboku Merchant. Was it Maki versus Sakura? I think. Um, I just decided that I like Maki now, and I'm gonna be a little bitch about it. So, um, okay. That being said, before we hit the 2 hour mark of the stream, before we're 2 hours in, I'm gonna start this fucking Sage video. So, as always, please go check out his video on his channel. We're picking up from where we left off last time at the 525-ish mark. I'm going to be obviously cutting off this first part, so I always think it's important to listen to somebody's words in context directly from the horse's mouth. Please go watch his video on his channel. Give him a like if you feel like it. I'm not subscribed for my own reasons, but make your own decisions, come to your own conclusions, and we will start now.
Sand is controlled by Gaara because he manipulates the chakra in the sand. In a similar fashion to how Genjutsu works, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer requires a direct, clean shot to inject the user's mental energy into the enemy's body in order to forcibly swap consciousnesses. So,
okay, I do want to interrogate that briefly. I promise it won't take all night, but like, let's just read this real quick. Her heart and spirit fly into the air and steal away the enemy's body. Okay, I don't necessarily think her, obviously it's not her physical heart, right? So let's take this with a grain of salt. A jutsu where one releases their own mind, forcing it into the subject, thus usurping the opponent's body. I think it is worth noting here that in Naruto, like, regardless of what we might say, and I will have stuff to say about the mind in our world, right? But in Naruto, there's a concept of the mind being a thing that does exist in some capacity, and it can be separated from your own body and placed elsewhere, right? So, that, again, grain of salt, that might not be a perfect explanation, but it seems like the idea of the mind being transportable is something that's supported by the verse. So, it is something that's separate from the brain, at least may potentially based on this. Success with this bold move will instantly determine the issue of a battle. The risk is just as great, though, as the caster's body is defenseless during its utilization. Just want to point out that, like, it didn't determine the end of the battle with Sakura, and it also didn't work on Obito, even though it was used twice. So this is just... people say, like, oh, the data books are only wrong about, like, dates and figures, or, like, timeline stuff, rather. No, this is wrong. This jutsu, like, factually does not instantly determine the issue of a battle in 3 separate occasions. So, you know. The risk is just as great, though, as the caster's body is defenseless during its utilization, on top of which damage to the possessed person will be reflected upon the caster's real body. So that is interesting. I don't think we have to super overanalyze it, but it's worth noting that as a really interesting mechanic there. Like, so if I put my mind in somebody else's body and that person takes damage to their body, then my own body will also take damage. Not just my mind, but my body will be damaged because my mind is in somebody else's body that's taking damage. I don't want to overthink that now, but isn't that an interesting... I think that creates interesting implications for the connections and relationships between minds and bodies in general in Naruto, right? Originally, this ninjutsu is suited for intelligence gathering missions rather than battle. Because she propels all of her mental energy, the shooting range and number of hits are considerably limited. I don't think it makes sense that she'd propel all of her mental energy, because then she would, like, faint, probably, right? Should the jutsu succeed, the possessed body of her opponent is hers to manipulate if she pleases. The damage dealt to target's body befalls caster in similar fashion. Yeah, okay. This is one that I think is a bit harder to explain in terms of, like, very precise mechanicals, but we could still get some data out of this. Just to be clear, though, this is not a genjutsu, it's a ninjutsu, right? And it is I don't think it mentions what type of release it is, because the series hadn't, like, come up with that yet, or hadn't, like, I think brought up the concept of yin and yang release yet, if I remember correctly, like light and shadow release. In fact, I think there's a panel where, like, Naruto is like, but wait, how did medical ninjutsu work? And how did this work? How did that work? And Kakashi's like, look, just don't think about it right now. We don't have time for this. Or when he's doing the waterfall training, right? So, something like that. Chakra entering the body, says Dr. Stangle, is done by, like, W characters in Naruto. Most can only produce force for a short time, like with body flicker, or produce pulling force. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. I'm gonna skip through some of the comments on Star Wars just because I don't really know what to add, but I'm enjoying the discussion. Hyperspace and travel without Navi computer. FTL and skills. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you guys continue that conversation. Looks interesting. I don't have much to add to it. Cool. Yeah, let's keep going with the video.
So we have a strong precedent that Shinobi controlling something with a ninja technique equals Shinobi chakra being in that thing. No other explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. The examples that he used were like Gara controlling his sand and stuff like that. So what's interesting about this example though is it's not just like Ino isn't just sending her chakra into Sakura to take over her mind, right? What she's doing is she's taking her own mind and then shoving her mind into her opponent's body. And Sage does make a small mistake here.
In order to forcibly swap consciousnesses.
Yeah, that is not true. Ino doesn't swap her consciousness with Sakura's. Sakura's consciousness remains in her body and is actively fighting off Ino's consciousness. She doesn't swap consciousnesses with Obito either, obviously, right? So, no, that's not really true.
So we have a strong precedent that Shinobi controlling something with a ninja technique equals Shinobi chakra being in that thing. No other explanation for the starting mechanism aligns as well with all of this data as the explanation of they inject their chakra into the target. So this is the most reasonable position to take.
Well, I'll point out a small thing over there. I think Sage is... Fuck, how do I address this? So, I don't inherently have a problem with him saying, like, this is the most... Okay, here's the way I would phrase this. I don't think it's correct to say this is the most reasonable position to take, categorically, but I think it might be better to say that this is the most reasonable out of the options that we've considered thus far. Because I think one of the mistakes that Sage makes in his video here is he's like, I will now present two interpretations. Here is one, and here is the other. The other is better than the one. Therefore, the other is true. Or at the very least, the other is, it's like more reasonable to believe in that. And that is, you know, technically not wrong, like fundamentally. But the problem is if like I have one bad explanation and then I have a second bad explanation and neither of them accurately reflect the thing, then it doesn't really matter if one is slightly more likely than the other if at the end of the day neither of them are correct, right? It also, if I put forward one piece of evidence that's not really sufficient enough to establish my point, then you put forward one piece of evidence to try to establish your point, and I just attack yours, and I manage to defeat yours and get it off the table. The fact that I have 1 point left on the table and you have 0 doesn't mean that I've actually represented the thing accurately, right? So one of the biggest gripes that I have with Sage's stuff, and that I hope, you know, if we do have a conversation, we're going to wind up talking about this, is this, false dichotomy fallacy. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And like, just not being able to see the nuance and not being able to account for that there might be an option C. And sometimes this is maybe one of the hardest things to do when doing science at all, but sometimes the correct answer to something like this is to just say, like, I don't know, we don't have enough evidence yet, we don't have a strong, this is as of yet unresolved. That's frustrating, it's not as satisfying, but sometimes that's the most intellectually honest thing. So again, Sage didn't really make a mistake here, in my opinion, but it's Venn diagram overlapping into an area that will come back later, if that makes sense.
Now we deal with the next step. What does the chakra do once it's in there? Well,
all of this is in service, by the way, of an argument saying that, like, the way that Genjutsu works is that caster will inject chakra into victim, so to speak. So, again, you know what I'm going to say. Showing these fucking random panels with no substantiation, no citing the sources, nothing, is really annoying. You've heard me say it before, so I won't belabor it. I like the fact that we do at least get a page number over here. But the point of doing this, just to reiterate, because I know, like, Blanco sent me a comment about this in Discord, which I appreciate, and I will respond to that in greater detail. But on the subject specifically of citing sources, I understand that, like, I mentioned this before, right? Like, I haven't cited all my sources either. I think a lot of us probably aren't as good about it as we could be, and it's not the end of the world inherently. Like, I'm not trying to be unfair or just come down on somebody being like, I saw that you made a mistake, and now I'm going to give you, like, all this trouble about it, right? Like, it's a normal thing. Um, but that being said, the problem, I think we should work against it and work to try to fix it as a community, because the problem is that this data has been presented to me now as a viewer of this video in a context that I cannot go easily find this, track it down, and verify it myself. It's being presented in a way that is like, hey, look at this thing, just go ahead and please trust that it's true, but I'm not going to actually make it easy for you to find it and verify it in context. And so the risk of doing something like this is that you can just be like, well, look, this looks like a databook page, right? And I've already established that databook pages are reliable, so this is reliable too. And then you can miss out on very important context, like the whole like Kaguya transposing dimensions thing. That didn't come from a databook, but it's always like shown off as if it's like a databook page, right? Um, and also for the people who work on these translations, I understand that like Sage has his own process, so maybe this is his own work, but like for people I've seen other people just take other people's translations with no credit, and like, motherfuckers, somebody is doing this work. Like, somebody has taken the time to put this together to benefit you. And in Sage's case specifically, like, his channel is explicitly for profit. Like, he takes commissions, he has like memberships and shit like that, right? So it's like, factually speaking, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's a problem or not, like, you're taking somebody else's work and you're making money off of it, and you're not giving them credit for it. Now, if they specifically, explicitly gave you permission to do that, then that's fine, right? You have an agreement with that person, there's nothing wrong with that. But there is a slight wrinkle in the fact that, like, if you're not transparent about your sources with your audience, then you're not really giving them the context that they need to evaluate whether or not what you're saying is true. In short, anybody can put any fucking thing up on a screen, right? And like, if you actually want to establish its validity and credibility, that takes work. And if you are using somebody else's work and you're extremely dodgy about like wanting to acknowledge that you took somebody else's shit for money, it's like, come on, like, that shouldn't be something that needs to be debated about, right? This is just common etiquette, it's common best practices, it's common fucking courtesy. Since you're benefiting off of somebody else's work, just mention them, for the love of God. It's not, it's like, we can all be better about this. I'm not trying to pick anybody out, but like, uh, you know. Anyway, I hope I didn't like strawman what you were saying, Blanco. I have to go back and read your stuff, and I will read it in detail. But since I was reading through it and I saw that you mentioned the citations, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna say this once for the stream and get out of the way, and we can move on. Let me see. Yep, I see that great conversation going on about Star Wars there. I'm not gonna chime in too much because kind of out of my league, but I like seeing it going back and forth. Grand, Krilled, and Ryoman, keep it up. It's cool.
Well, thankfully, we're told very clearly that the chakra is used to attack the mind directly. How this done is explained to us, but there are 3 different understandings or interpretations of what this actually means.
Okay, so I want to go over that again.
Is explained to us, but there are clearly that the chakra is used to attack the mind directly.
Okay, so what he's claiming here is that according to these peripheral sources that I think he mentioned before what they are, that it is explained to us very clearly that the mind is attacked directly. And this has taken a couple of times listening through this for this to sink in, like, that this is a problem. And let me try to explain why, because it's a little convoluted. So let's read what it says here. Genjutsu is a ninjutsu that intervenes in the opponent's mind and controls their actions and 5 senses. Jutsu that utilize illusions to alter the psyche as opposed to the physical body dragged into illusory worlds. Okay, so nothing here says anything about attacking the mind directly. And so far, we can go back and double check, but I don't think Sage has actually given a good explanation of what attacking the mind directly means. If I understand his definition of that term correctly, which I think he'll elaborate on here as well, is that there's different ways that you could hypothesize how chakra works. One hypothesis is that you have to send chakra through a sensory pathway to get to the brain, and the other is that you go straight to the brain, like the Yamanaka mind control technique, and then you fool the sensory pathways. And the second interpretation is more beneficial to a cross versus Naruto scaler, because then you don't have to have your opponent, your opponent doesn't need to have chakra in order to be fooled by a genjutsu, because if you can attack the mind directly, then whatever happens after that, it will just like conform to that person's anatomy. So if they do have chakra, then obviously their chakra network will be affected. If they don't, then it wouldn't be, because at the end of the day, it's a direct mind hack technique. That is the premise. Like, that is, as far as I can tell, the core pillar of Sage's argument is the idea that the genjutsu attacks go straight to the mind, or even straight to the brain. And here's the thing that I take issue with, is that these two sources, again, are unspecified, difficult to identify, and to find peripheral sources, as opposed to sources from the series itself. Over here, like going back to the video from last week, I think he said, or the video as we talked about it last week,
flicks two in different guides. In the 729
let's go back and hear this.
works cross-verse, we first need to establish what exactly Genjutsu is. We actually don't get a direct definition for Genjutsu in the manga, but we do in different guides.
So this is what I fucking am getting irritated by, right? Because he says that we don't get a direct explanation of what Genjutsu is in the verse, but we do. We've looked at several instances together of how Genjutsu works. We also talked about last time, and I got pretty upset about this, is that like on that same, like 3 pages, literally 3 pages after this, Sasuke explains how Genjutsu works. We also have explanations of how Genjutsu works in the various guides, like the data books, which are much more accessible and well known to the community. And so I really do feel like this is a manipulative apologetics. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying that like there is a tactic that's on display here. I don't even know if Sage is aware of it, but it is like pretty like bad. It's pretty not cool to do this. So the technique, the maneuvering here is, first you set up the idea that your primary source of information isn't trustworthy or isn't sufficient, right? Oh, we don't know from the main series how this works, so don't even bother looking there. However, we do bother we can find out how this works by looking at a peripheral source. Conveniently, it's one that's not like widely known or publicly accessible. Then we can take a personalized interpretation, a custom interpretation of the peripheral stuff, and use that to support this sort of like custom community main definition of how this works. And then we can say, that's my interpretation, and I can now try to make that interpretation more likely than anybody else's interpretation, in which case I would win, and therefore I would be right. Win and right are in massive air quotes. I'm gesturing wildly now, you can't see it off screen, right? So this is, I think the term is apologetics, but whatever you want to call it, what's happening here is a series of tactics being implemented to try to establish a proposition deliberately, as opposed to looking at the evidence and letting the evidence lead you. It's saying, okay, our task, our mission, our goal here is to advocate for the specific point. How do we do it? Well, we know that the community already has a primary source of information, and there are explanations within that primary source that are widely accessible and widely understood. So we have to distance ourselves from that. We have to rely on privileged information that we're not going to be fully transparent about. And then we are going to push and pull and pick and choose and filter that information until we have a curated version of the information that we can then use to support our arguments. This is not good research. This is not fair and unbiased assessment. This is not letting the evidence lead you. This is leading the evidence. So Sage might have the right conclusion. I might agree with him. We might be like, totally in alignment about the overall perspective that this video is portraying. In other words, I might totally agree that Genjutsu works cross-verse, but the way that we got here was fucking broken. Like, this is not correct. And it's like bordering on being unethical because of the way that it is skewing the source data and making it harder for people to get the correct interpretation of the data in the first place. So that I'm not going to go on to a whole rant like I did last time. Suffice to say that, like, I think the tactics here are transparent and they're not, they're annoying.
We have a strong precedent that Shinobi controlling something with a ninja technique aligned. So this is the most reasonable. Specifically, we're told very clearly that the chakra is used to attack the mind directly.
Yeah, and that's I want to say it's a lie, right? but I'm hesitant to imply that there's a deliberate attempt to deceive because it sucks to be falsely accused of that. But like, that's not true, is it? We're When are we ever told that the jutsu directly attack the mind? We're explicitly told the opposite of that over and over and over again, that they go through the sensory pathways, not that they attack the mind directly. Sorry, I should have said attack the mind directly. I can't think of a single instance in the entire series or in the data books where we ever get anything that says it attacks the mind directly. It doesn't even say so here. So what is this? Is this feels to me again like the, you know, hang on a second, see if I can find this clip. Um, yeah, I think it's this one.
So, back in the day, jingle, 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 back in the day, before the back rooms were a thing, okay? Jingle, jingle, pay attention, I said your favorite word, the back rooms, okay? The back rooms, dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle, okay?
That's kind of how I feel about this. It's like, the data books, the peripheral sources, jingle, 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 right? It's like, except it's the opposite, whereas like Markiplier is trying to get our attention. I feel like shit like this is like, oh, look at this, like cool graphics, cool fire, oh, it's Japanese text, oh, this looks right, like look at this, and then it's like, but it's not what it says. Genjutsu intervenes in the opponent's mind and as a result controls their actions in 5 senses. That's fine, but it's not a direct, it's not like a direct assault. That's an innovation that Sage is presenting.
How this done is explained to us, but there are 3 different understandings or interpretations of what this actually means. I'm obviously referring to Jiraiya's explanation to Naruto about how Genjutsu works and how to break it. Jiraiya says Genjutsu works.
Oh, let me go check real quick. The Grand Krill had asked about Star Wars opinions in chat. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to ignore you guys. By the way, if I get like locked in and like focused on a video and you want to get my attention, I'm not paying attention to chat. Do like the @John the Maven, because then it'll like flash and I can take a look at it right away. So if I'm ignoring you, I apologize. I don't have a super strong opinion about this. I just like scanning through this. It seems pretty commensurate with what I've heard, is that like Vader in the novels and peripheral materials has like some pretty crazy feats. I'm personally like very skeptical of like the way that I tend to think of stuff like this is like, if this is true, then what else must be true? In a weird way, it's kind of similar to the absence of evidence or whatever arguments the Sage was talking about before, in that like, if a character is genuinely like planetary, that means that they can do something that outputs the equivalent energy of being able to overcome the gravitational binding force of a planet, whichever planet you're using to calibrate, let's just say the Earth, right? So what would somebody with that power level actually do in their verse, and what implications would it have for their verse? For example, does it make sense that like again, maybe it does, I don't know Star Wars all that well, but does it make sense for the Empire to spend all the time and resources and effort and shit like that, like everything they put into making the Death Star, and then rebuilding it, making a fucking second one, right? And then I guess the First Order making another, it's not called the Death Star, but it's the Star Killer base is a fucking Death Star, let's be real. And then making another one. It's like, if a dude in some like black plastic armor can just walk up and like force pull a planet apart, why the fuck are they going through all this effort, you know? And you could just say, oh, well, that's poor world building, but it's still true. And I'm like, okay, maybe. But I genuinely wonder, right? Because then, is the world building inconsistent in general? Like, do we have a really shoddy verse that's just made up of, like, paper tigers and shit that doesn't actually make sense when we break it down? Maybe. But that's kind of implying something else about the way that the universe is built, right? So, I don't know. I feel like I'm not unwilling to entertain the idea that Vader can crush a planet, like, between his cheeks. Sorry, I don't know why I thought of that. But, like, that he could do something like that, right? But if that's the case, what else would we expect to see? And do we see that? And, like, what are the implications? I feel like it should be the start of a conversation rather than a conclusion, if that makes sense. Saria says, I don't know what's happening. I've been reading this whole time, so it's been kind of background noise, not in a rude way. Again, like, this is my fourth stream, and my brain is relaxing with this book. Honestly, yeah, like, I genuinely appreciate, like, if people want to have, like, conversations or even debates or whatever, or if people just want to, if that does it for you, right? Like, if that is helpful or entertaining in any way, I love it. I'm glad that I can just give you something that adds something to your day. So I'm more than happy to have that be the case. In the comics, he tanked the power of the Exegol Kyber Crystal, which is supposed to be Death Star level. Oh, okay. City of State that has high enough raw power to transform all of Tatooine sand into glass. Holy shit. Makes planetary earthquakes while meditating. Opens a portal to another dimension with while weak. Okay. That's, I mean, like, just intuitively knee-jerk reaction, I don't think any of that equates to being able to, like, destroy a planet. Not that I'm saying that you are, oh, well, the Death Star level, right? Low ball to planetary. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that could be the case. So it might just be the case that he is that strong, but then he can't actually use that practically in combat, which is fine. And then I think the best way to look at that would be to say, you know, you ever have that thing happen where it's like a hole in your head and all the words fall out? Yeah, it just happened to me. Survives the planet exploding in his head without a scratch, though the calcs say multi-continental at best on that. Yeah, I'm like, healthily skeptical, but I'm also, like, I don't hate that. So yeah, I feel like I shouldn't take a super strong stance on it either way because I don't really know. But I'm happy for the discussion for sure. So one thing I wanted to do real quick, I guess I'm too early here, is this thing about Jiraiya is going to come up, right? And I think the Jiraiya scan comes up specifically in relationship with Naruto getting put under a Genjutsu by Itachi, right? And I think that happens when they're on the way to the Sand Village, because Chio is with them. Or if not, no, they wouldn't be on the way to the Sand Village. It would be going after Datara after this, right? So if anybody knows offhand where that is, where, like, Sakura and Chio break him free of Itachi's Genjutsu, that would be helpful. If not, I'm just gonna take a minute and find it. Or actually, Itachi Crow Genjutsu might just be able to. Oh, ephemeral, is that what it is? Yeah, ephemeral. Okay. And this comes up in 258, it looks like. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I was pretty close. Yeah, here's Itachi. Okay. So, Itachi's Genjutsu's ocular jutsu, basically, he seizes his target with his vision. You'll be okay so long as your eyes don't meet his. Okay, here's another example, right? Nobody look directly in his eyes. It's dangerous. It's easy. Okay. The Uchiha clan, I haven't gone up against the Sharingan in a long time, but you needn't be afraid. Several tactics can handle ocular jutsu. What do we do? If it's one-on-one, you definitely run. If it's two-on-one, get his back. If it's one-on-one, even if one falls under the Genjutsu, they can be released if the other gets behind the enemy and lands a hit. If that doesn't work, you can free your comrade by giving them a whack too. Okay, so I think this is just, like, relating to the whole, like, oh, Dr. Strangle, no, there's no reason. I was just, I was using this for my, to make a thumbnail earlier, but I can switch to the color one after. Yeah, 257. Okay, so Naruto, what color? Sorry, I know people prefer the color version on stream. Yeah, I've really been enjoying, like, the slate, ones. Kaguya multi. Oh no, you said, like, the Manchurian style, Manchurian candidate phrase that, like, activates my my grumpy old man mode. Shit, I already fucking forgot where it's on. 257. Yeah, okay. Okay. So granted, like, he can cast the Genjutsu with his finger as well. It's one-on-one, even if one falls under the Genjutsu, they can be released if the other gets behind the enemy and lands a hit. In other words, when you are two or more, one acts as a decoy and the others attack continuously from the Sharingan's blind spot. Okay, or you can whack them, so inducing pain can, like, get them out of the Genjutsu. If it's a regular Genjutsu level, that's fine. In this case, it's a little more troublesome. He uses Mangekyo Sharingan. It's more powerful than the original Sharingan. If you're caught by his ocular Genjutsu, he has you instantly. It has nothing to do with whether you can defeat Genjutsu or not. Okay, so let's see. You were spent. Overuse that eye of yours. Okay. Dropped my guard last time. Okay. I just want to see what they say specifically about the Genjutsu in context. Oh yeah, this is where Guy shows up. Really cool fight as well. I guess it's in the next one. Okay, here we go. Right. So, yeah, he activates the Genjutsu there instead of ocularly. Okay, so here's this interaction. I guess that's just where the activation of the jutsu is. Saved us, that stands. Yeah, there's Guy coming in the water. Yeah, Sakujaku, so good. Alright, so fighting. I want to kind of skip ahead to where the explanation is. Okay, my eyes aren't the only way of releasing Genjutsu. I can do it with just this finger. Okay, so honestly, like that kind of helps frame the understanding of it. Like, at the end of the day, when you release a Genjutsu normally, right? Like the way that Kakashi did Hell Viewing and then Kabuto did Temple of Nirvana, they were both making hand signs, and then the guy, the sound guy as well in the forest, like they were all making hand signs, and so I guess that hand sign that they make is what they use to release the jutsu in general, right? So I guess this makes perfect sense, but I never really thought of it this way. Something about the way that Itachi moves his eye is basically doing the same thing as people do when they use their hands to form a seal. Like, his eye is doing the seal and doing the release of the technique, right? But he can also do it with just a finger, as opposed to, like, people who need entire hand signs using both hands to pull it off, right? So, I think that makes sense. Can't use Mangekyo, right? But now also, oh, interesting. So within the Genjutsu then, however, he does do this, and now he's going to like advance the Genjutsu to put him to sleep. Okay, so let's see what Jiraiya says. The trick to breaking Genjutsu. Naruto Genjutsu works on your opponent's 5 senses. Okay, you control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. It's a highly advanced intellectual ninja technique. Nobody's asking you to master it. First of all, you're not really cut out for it. Okay. Can't skip it. There are enemies who use Genjutsu, so you have to learn how to deal with it. If you're caught by Genjutsu, try to stop your chakra flow as much as possible. While you're caught, your chakra is under your opponent's control. If you can break that control and disturb the chakra flow, you can break the Genjutsu. Okay, so here is a potential point of contention for people talking about cross-verse battles. I could see somebody looking at this and being like, what this means is that in order for Genjutsu to work at all, there needs to be chakra flowing through your body because the opponent is taking control of that and like lording over that, if that makes sense. But I think another interpretation could be fair, and that interpretation would go something like this. It would be like, Genjutsu works on the opponent's sensory pathways. The way that it works is that you release your technique, and that technique causes an effect to one of the sensory pathways, like hearing and vision. That causes a signal to go up the opponent's cranial nerves and into the brain. And then once that happens, they get put under a Genjutsu. While under a Genjutsu, the flow of the enemy's chakra is different from how it normally is, and it's responding to the input from outside. But that's because the target has chakra at all. Meaning, like, if they didn't have chakra, well, then the chakra wouldn't be under their control. But they could still go in, like, the caster could still go in through the sensory pathways and get to the brain and still induce a hallucination. Now, normally, if that happened to a ninja, right, like, Naruto realizes he's in a Genjutsu right now, but he can't break out of it, because even though he's aware of it, the opponent can maintain the illusion by continuing to, like, exert control over the chakra system. But a normal person isn't going to have the ability to do that anyway, so they can break out of it. Now, I think there's problems with what I just said, right? Like, I wouldn't die on that hill in a debate, but I think that there are different ways to interpret a statement like this, and sometimes what I see is people latching onto a particular interpretation without evaluating alternatives. So give Sage some credit, at least, for being willing to look at the different sides of the thing. But yeah, that being said, I think it's just, yeah, I just want to, like, even though I have my perspective, I don't ever want to, like, monopolize the perspective, if that makes sense. Like, I want to encourage people to think about it and look at it from different angles. I could be wrong about literally everything I'm saying, obviously, right? Let me check on chat real quick. Hacks Merchant. Panel where guy appears instant W. Yeah, fuck yeah. No, oh yeah, no, dude. The Kaguya multiversal thing is so like any of the universal multiversal arguments. Like, not that I want to encourage this because we should actually make it through like more than 20 seconds of Sage's video, but that's the easiest way to just get me to go on a rant is to mention universal or lightspeed Naruto. Like, I think all those arguments are very, very, very silly, and it's become such a weird, surreal experience trying to talk to people about this. But yeah. Um, while you're caught, your chakra is under your opponent's control. If you can break that control and disturb the chakra flow, you can break the Genjutsu, right? Because unless your opponent is able to maintain control over the chakra, then it will, like, its effects will fade, right? What if I still can't break it? Someone else has to physically touch you and send chakra in to disrupt the chakra flow. So what this is establishing is that one way or another, if you want to get out of the Genjutsu, once your opponent has taken control of the flow of the chakra in your body, you're going to have to try to usurp that. Otherwise, you're not getting out of it. So Naruto tries to break it, and it seems like Itachi is recognizing that Naruto is fighting back against his control, but it's not sufficient, and Itachi is able to maintain that control as well. So yeah, it's basically sort of like a tug of war of who can maintain control over the flow of chakra. Stuff is pretty terrifying here, actually. But yeah, okay, so now we see that Sakura and Chio are both like flanking him and touching him on the shoulders, presumably injecting their chakra into his body in order to halt the flow and break the illusion. Seems ocular jutsu isn't all he has. Thanks for that. Thank you, internet. Let's see. Did we get an explanation? I thought there was something that came afterwards. Oh yeah, then we get this little paper illusion thing. You're skilled in jutsu. When you hit yourself with your style, it took me a while to tell. Oh right, because that's his doppelganger. So this is something I don't think Sage brought up, but this is really interesting. Itachi tries to use Genjutsu on Kakashi's clone. And he shows up in like this mental realm, at least it appears to be a mental realm, but what he actually encounters is like this flimsy cutout of Kakashi. So this seems to me it's like weird, right? This thing maybe has chakra in it, and it's like a projection of Kakashi, so it can exist in like a mental space temporarily, but then it burns up. Or he just like, oh yeah, my Genjutsu doesn't affect you, this is a shadow clone, right? So there might have been like some residual consciousness in that shadow clone. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense actually, right? Like a shadow clone does have some kind of consciousness and self-awareness. So maybe that's not all that weird. I guess that's it. I thought for sure that there was an additional statement from them about like, hey, why did it take you so long to get out of the Genjutsu or something? But trying to buy time. Yeah, okay, I think that's pretty much it. Okay, we can get back to the video. Very cool colors. Yeah, I think the colors look better for the stream, honestly, anyway. Sorry says, I'm mad as fuck that I read this book in one day because now it's over. Is there a sequel? Is there more from the same author? How about No says, oh, interesting finding in Japanese Jiraiya specifies with a force that surpasses the Genjutsu itself in terms of the Genjutsu breaking. Yeah, that makes sense. It does genuinely feel like, I like the imagery of a tug of war between Naruto and Itachi there, because they're pushing against each other, right? They're clashing. You know. Okay. So yeah, let's go back to the video. We've made like, what, done like 40 seconds so far? Great.
In the opponent's 5 senses. You control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. He follows this up by saying that Naruto has to learn to break it because enemies exist who will use it, and that you can break the Genjutsu by disrupting or stopping your own chakra flow, or by having someone else do it for you.
Yep, and I think that's how the pain works too. I don't exactly know why, but something about being in pain seems to fuck with your chakra flow. I want to look at this before I forget. I promise it'll be quick. I say that about everything I know. But like, there's something where I think maybe Sage actually shows it in his video, I forget. But like Rin gets captured in the Minato backstory stuff, and then one of them activates their Sharingan. Maybe both of them do. Yeah, both of them do. Or fucking obviously it's Obito who activates it, and then Kakashi inherits it. But they're looking for Rin, and they're like, Her chakras. Yeah, it's over here. Okay, so this is 243. Okay, so it's not because she's in pain. It's just like she's under the influence of Genjutsu's flowing in different patterns from ours. She's under the influence of Genjutsu. They tried to force her to talk. Okay, so yeah, they've put her. I think this is more evidence that like you can actually like fuck up the chakra flow of somebody and put them into like a state, but maybe don't have to stand there constantly micromanaging it. I feel like we're getting some conflicting info on that. But yeah, she does actually have to be released. Interesting here that I guess Kakashi's maybe touching her leg, but it almost seems like the Genjutsu is broken without actual physical contact. So he's just sort of like projecting his own chakra into her from a distance. Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to look at that real quick.
He also adds, while you're
Part 1, Naruto's Lightspeed. Dude, I know you're just fucking with me now. You gotta be, right? Well, I mean, like, we might be able to agree on Haku. Like, more because I don't want... More because I want to, like, throw people a bone and not be so stingy. I've started being like, okay, we can say Haku is Lightspeed, but only specifically when he moves between the mirrors and not if he's doing anything else, like throwing a kunai out of them, right? So, like, tautologically, whenever he's moving at the speed of light, he's moving at the speed of light, but he's not often moving at the speed of light. So Naruto and Sasuke don't scale the speed of light either.
chakra is
Certainly not during that fight.
under your opponent's control. I checked the raws on this, and it says the chakra in your head is under their control, but regardless, you can't fully control your chakra while under Genjutsu and have to forcibly take control back. So what can we actually take from all this? Number one,
That seems fine. I think I'm always fascinated at how, like... So, to give the translators some credit, I would be curious to know... Maybe I should just, like, reach out to the translators and try and talk to them, but, like... I would be curious to understand why they went for cranial nerves versus head, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, Atama no Naka, that's a lyric from fucking Kickback, right? So, like, inside the head or in the mind, okay. Atama is head, and then Naka inside, center, and middle, okay. Yeah, so let's see. He's in the head.
What can we actually take from all this? Number one, Genjutsu works on your 5 senses. Number two, chakra in the cranial nerve / head is under the caster's control. Number three...
What, hang on a second. I do want to see... Fuck it, no, where is it? Chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. The one thing that I... Fuck, hang on. No, I want to be very careful about this. So the one thing I'm wondering about though is that, like, anatomically speaking, does the I don't think chakra flows through the cranial nerves specifically, right? In that, like, so in a person's body normally, their nerves themselves don't have chakra in them. The nerves are cells, so they would contain physical energy, and then in order to make chakra out of them, the physical energy would go up through the keirakuke, right? And so presumably that flow of chakra could work in reverse, I guess, but we don't... I don't know if we really have a precedent for, like, chakra running through your bloodstream, right? It's not really how chakra works. Chakra gets extracted from the organs and the cells of the body and then goes into these pathways and then flows around through those pathways. So chakra flowing through the cranial nerves, I don't think that's technically true. You control the chakra flowing through the cranial nerves. I have to wonder about whether or not this is meant to be interpreted like when you inject chakra into your enemy, your chakra flows through their cranial nerves. But I see those comments there, and I want to do a little bit more research here. Let's see. Let's take a quick look at the Kakuzu autopsy thing. Of course, it's yeah, here we go. right? Isn't it around here? Fucking mixing in Orochimaru lore at the same time. That was like at the end of one of these chapters. Okay, I just want to look at the explanation that we get for that. We could also take a look at the Genjutsu that's used here, but I don't think that's necessarily all that helpful. Okay, here we go. So this is chapter 346. Okay, so his chakra network has been completely severed. It's hard to imagine, but it's so. The effect is more like a poison than physical trauma. It damages on a cellular level as attacks go. It's incredibly minute. I believe it shapes the wind chakra into an armada of tiny swords and systematically attacks every cell in the body. Okay, yeah. So each of the body's cells is wrapped around by the chakra network, these threads, right? This is the threads of the Kerakuke. If that's the case, then yeah, you could just say like the chakra flowing through somebody's cranial nerves it could be shorthand for flowing through the nodes that are connected to the cells that are in those nerve cells, right? Or that are in the nerve cells. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let me see. Going back to chat. Every single cell is connected to the chakra network. Yeah, you're right. Chakra wraps around individual molecules, so yeah, it's like in everything. Sakon versus Yukon fight. Yeah, that's a good point. Controlling the flowing chakras and channeling it into the brain and nervous system. The flowing chakra controlling it through the nervous system, through that nervous system. Okay. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Okay. For me, it's still like a little unclear exactly where the normal human anatomy ends and where the chakra anatomy begins, I guess is one way to put it. But I think that makes sense. I appreciate the clarification there. But to go back to what Sage was saying, let's back up a second.
Their cranial nerves. He follows this up by saying that Naruto has to learn to break it because enemies exist who will use it, and that you can break the Genjutsu by disrupting or stopping your own chakra flow, or by having someone else do it for you.
Yeah.
He also adds, while you're caught, your chakra is under your opponent's control. I checked the raws on this, and it says the chakra in Genjutsu and have to forcibly take control back. So what can we actually take from all this? Number one, Genjutsu works on your 5 senses. Number two, chakra in the cranial nerve / head is under the caster's control.
Yeah.
Number three, enemies use Genjutsu enough that this is worth preparing for. And number four, disrupting your chakra flow significantly enough can break you from the Genjutsu.
Yeah, although like there are some Genjutsu that are probably exceptions to this, like Tsukuyomi. I think probably Koro Matsukami. There are probably others that eventually get revealed to be like too strong to break. And based on that clash between Naruto and Itachi, there, I think that like it's obviously going to be determined by your skill level if you can overcome the incoming like the strength of the input from your opponent. But sure, there's a statement saying characters connected to. What do you mean chakra connected to every organ? The nervous system is an organ. Is that true? Can you double check that, please? Because I think, or I guess I can just look it up. You're probably right. It's not a single organ, it's an entire organ system made up of individual organs and specialized structures, made up of your brain, spinal cord, and nerves. Yeah. I think this is probably more correct to say that it contains organs though. But you could break that down and still like have your point apply, and that it would just be part of the sub organs that make up the nervous system.
These things all tie together very neatly with Shikamaru's explanation of Genjutsu.
Okay, they act upon and bewitch your sight, your hearing. Okay, actually, we're gonna have to look this up as well, because we should see it in context. Itachi, Naruto. Use a technique, and then this is in. Oh, this is before, after 107. It's not 107, that's for sure. Okay. Let's go back. Check it out. No, fuck, where am I? There we go. Okay. It would probably be around 225, I think. Let's see. This is the back. No, it would be before this. So let's try 210. Okay. Oh, no, I don't need that. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. So it's going to be like after this. We could actually look at the Ukon Sakon stuff too while we're here. But I'm trying to maintain some kind of pace for the video. Okay, this is when the sound guys show up. Sand, not sound. Okay, so let's see. Okay, that flute, it's how she wields Genjutsu, duh. Okay. It's not just blasting away the flute sounds, it's also physically damaging the opponent. Offense and defense in one move. Where is this fucking page? Oh, yeah. Okay. Actually, we're going to take a break real quick and we're going to read this. Kishimoto writes in the Too Embarrassing to Write About story, part 3. The more I add to this personal history, the more misery I relive from my embarrassing past. I ask myself whether... Oh, wait, hang on a second. Yes, I ask myself whether or not whether I only dredge up all these stupid memories out of a compulsion to fill in the pages between chapters. Yet still I persist. Well, at least you can never say I held back on you as an entertainer. The things I'm about to disclose might get a little intense for some readers. Still, here we go. This incident is wedged in my brain. It was back in kindergarten, the day of the potato digging tournament. That autumn, that day in the midst of harvesting season, just for that event, our school invited our families to join us. Kids, parents, teachers, all of us got together to harvest the sweet potatoes we'd planted at a nearby farm. In the countryside, you see, kindergartens hold these heartwarming community functions intended to bring kids, parents, and teachers closer together. I was digging away in high spirits, telling myself I'll find the biggest potato of all and surprise everybody. And then was a monolith amongst potatoes. In my delight, I started digging like a starving man. Mind you, for all my haste, I was careful not to break the root. And then there I was, clutching a giant potato. In unison, everybody screamed, "Wow!" and "That's huge!" and so on. I was in another world. So then, I don't know why I did this, but I started running and rolling around the field, grasping my precious potato. Then the thought hit me, I gotta show Mom the potato. So I glanced around for her and realized she wasn't there. She was actually down at my twin brother's plot. See, the farm was terraced, and the plot was in a field below. So I pelted straight towards her, sprinting from field to field, hopping down the terraces and everything, and that's when it happened. I was in such a hurry I wasn't looking, but in the lower field, in the 5-square-meter area where I was due to land, was a heaping pile of a typical rural artifact. As you may have surmised, it was, yes, a mountain of cow manure. So I would encourage you to read the conclusion to that story. Like, Kishimoto has all these like funny and kind of embarrassing but also super endearing anecdotes in the ends of chapters. You can really learn a lot about his personality as well as his creative process. So let's see. So this statement about Shikamaru, by the way, Genjutsu stuff, is in chapter 214. So what does he say? At first, her basic approach is to spellbind her enemies with the sound of her flute. Then, while they're under the spell, she jumps them. Basically, she's your typical Genjutsu long-range fighter. I'm guessing she saw immediately how poorly your jutsu measured up to yours. That, and it's 2 against 1. She won't show herself until she casts her Genjutsu on us. Sound, huh? Yeah, see, most Genjutsu work on the 5 senses. They act upon and bewitch your sight, your hearing, your smell, taste, and touch. The ones based on hearing are the most problematic. Not only can she keep her distance, but stay as cloaked as she pleases. We've no idea when or where she'll unload it on this. By the time we pinpoint her from the sound, we're already under the influence of her Genjutsu. Right? So, like, let's just review what Shikamaru is saying specifically, right? The way that her Genjutsu work is that they act upon and bewitch your senses. So there's nothing in here that he says about, like, they go straight to your brain, directly to your cranium or anything like that, or even directly to your optic nerves. They work on your sensory pathways because they are hypnotic illusions, and then they operate through that in order to get to your brain and trick your brain. I mean, think about it like hypnosis in the real world, right? Like, I actually haven't done enough research to really talk much about how hypnosis works. But let's just say, for example, that this is true for the sake of for a metaphor, right? You're being hypnotized by somebody. They use the typical example of a pocket watch swinging back and forth and verbal suggestion to put you to sleep. Whereas you would have otherwise been totally alert. And then you basically like have a dream, and your dream is kind of guided by what the person tells you, like a lucid dream. And then they tell you to wake up, and you wake right up. What happens there? Well, the therapist or whatever, the hypnotist, is using sight and sound to communicate, to send signals into your brain. Those signals contain a suggestion that influences your perception. That was not meant to rhyme, but whatever. And then they can continue feeding you sensory input in order to continue maintaining you in this illusion, making you think you're seeing things, you're experiencing things you're not, and then they can break you out of it by restoring your normal function, essentially. Now, that's, I'm sure, anybody who happens to have a in-depth knowledge of how hypnosis works, feel free to cringe at that. I'm sure I didn't do a great job of summarizing it, but in order to be hypnotized by sound and sight and things acting on your senses, those need to work, right? Like, you can't be hypnotized by somebody swinging a pocket watch and, like, doing ASMR if you can't see or hear. you would have to go through some other source, right? So just want to make sure that that's clearly explained. Yeah, there's the Kama Itachi, right? Oh, Kitty Mai. I always fuck that up. I love this fucking dude so much. He's so cool. I think this is Kama Itachi. This is the sickle weasel. That's the summoning that she does. But then the technique itself is the blade dance, right? Kitty Mai. Yeah, let's finish the story before we get back to the video. The image of that scene is acid etched into my mind. I remember my thoughts hovering there in midair. What would happen if I lost my balance? Oh no, don't let me fall down. That's it, forget the legs if I just land with my upper body straight like a gymnast. Anyway, never mind the potato, I tossed it aside. Squelch! It hit the mound first. Hearing that sound gave me the resolve I needed. Squish! Smush! Both my legs planted in the dung. It was deeper than I had envisioned, but actually that was a godsend. Cemented knee-deep, I managed to maintain my balance. Instead of surprising everybody with my prized potato, I wound up stirring them in a different way. And then came the misery. I called to a nearby classmate for help. He ran to the nearest teacher, screaming full blast, "Masashi's buried in poo." I'll never forget what happened next. The teacher refused to help me. I guess she was averse to my rural artifacts. To my relief and her credit, my mother then came to the rescue, lifting me out of my predicament without hesitation, and the moment I learned awe for the love of a mother. To this day, when a yam crosses my path, it brings me back to that event, and now the moral in 2 parts. No good ever comes from being caught up with things, and when it comes to it, mothers are brave. Like, isn't that just like a funny little anecdote? Isn't that kind of like heartwarming? I also love this panel of Naruto with Kurama so much. It's really cute. Yeah, okay. Catching up on chat real quick. Kojima supporting AI is great because I've always said he was a hack who was trying to make movies instead of games, and now I have my Exodia card when people try to fight me on it. Yeah, Kishimoto. Why did I forget the name that I was actively thinking of? Kojima is kind of a polarizing figure for me because I think he's like an extremely unique and important figure within the history and legacy of video game development, but also, yeah, there's some things about him that rub me the wrong way, and I don't want to say too much on stream. We can definitely talk about it off stream, but like, I respect a lot of the way he thinks about video games, and also I think that there is some real problems with his approach, or things that I very strongly disagree with as well. We've talked about Quiet before as a good example of that, right? Light low diffs Itachi at best in terms of intelligence, I hope you're saying, not not in terms of physicals.
With him saying that most Genjutsu operate on the opponent's 5 senses. Now, in this case, he's likely talking about delivery mechanism, since he follows this up by addressing Tayuya's sound-based Genjutsu, with it obviously being sound-based in its delivery. On top of that, though,
yes, he is talking about how Genjutsu get inside you.
He shows
Pause.
another way to break Genjutsu: pain. By breaking his own finger, he's able to free himself from Tayuya's control. So, while adequately disturbing one's chakra flow is one way to break a Genjutsu, adequate physical pain stimulus works as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Finish sending all the things needed for Light and Itachi video script. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out after the stream, Jesus. You know what, the teacher's reaction of "nah" is completely fair. Yeah, absolutely. That's a level of fucking commitment to your students that I don't think is let's just say above and beyond the Call of Duty, to say the least. Let me go back and see if I can find this Chains of Fantasia real quick. It might be worth, just like for people watching back the VOD as well, to take a quick look at this. Do we actually see the yeah, here we go. Since we're here anyway, right? This is chapter 204. What does this guy say? You know that the Keiraku-K through which chakra flows is deeply entwined within each internal organ. And we also see it in the cells too. But to go into a little more detail, the Keiraku-K is also involved with systems that control the functioning of the organs. It's related to the cells themselves, and even affects the protein of which the cells are made. It's intricate, complicated. In second state, I can dissolve and reform these cells and proteins at will using chakra. Okay, cool. So we have, these are the little nodes, I think, that extract energy from the cells. And since they are actually directly intertwined in each of the cells, then they can reform the cells by sending chakra into them, right? Okay. I break my body into pieces and enter an enemy's body, then I can restore my body and come out. Yeah, that all makes sense. So I can probably just save some time by going to here and typing in Chains of Fantasia. Demonic. Okay, here we go. And this is in chapter 120. Oh, 208. Holy shit, I gotta use the anti-phantom thing again. It's such a stimulus overload, sensory overload. Okay, yeah, 122. Where were we? Over here. Okay. Let's go to... Wait, that... 122. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? Am I losing my mind? 208. Oh, it's the anime episode. Okay, 208. What the fuck? Okay, we're almost there. Let's see. This is about my shadow position technique. Okay. I just want to see if Shikamaru actually says anything specific about the breaking the Genjutsu. Second say I can do all sorts of musical Genjutsu with his flute. Genjutsu stops its prey's physical movements and binds it. Okay, so he breaks out. He broke my Genjutsu with self-inflicted pain. Yeah, I don't think he actually explains much about the mechanics or the functioning of that. I'm just trying to see in context if there's anything that we could learn from, but I don't think so. Block my Genjutsu, don't let it go to your head. Yeah, okay. I think there's nothing else to glean here. Let's go back to the video. Though Light technically wins in a fight as well if you include this version from Rewrite movie, where he most likely is a Shinigami. What's the Rewrite movie? CTW Light is even crazier. He made a plan that countered L and had him die so that 10 years later his rule of Kira can continue. Oh, that's cool. Even after Light's death, the whole CTW timeline is so fanfiction. Is CTW the same thing that Ryomen is talking about with the rewrite there?
This is also demonstrated by Kurenai when she bites her lip to break a Genjutsu from Itachi. So we go back to the question that led us here. What exactly does the chakra do once it's injected into the enemy in order to generate Genjutsu? One interpretation is that the caster takes control of the chakra already running through the enemy's brain, and by controlling the chakra that's already there, you control their mind and 5 senses. And this is why Jiraiya mentions that the chakra of the target is under the caster's control, and why adequate chakra disruption serves as a means to break the hold of the caster.
I think that interpretation makes sense, right? Like, maybe if a character doesn't have chakra, then the control over the chakra wouldn't take place. Okay, hang on a second. So here's an argument for, well, hang on, I'm thinking. So for a Genjutsu, for a Genjutsu to work on another person, you are injecting chakra into their mind, into their brain through their sensory pathways. But the brain is like almost like a way station, right? It's almost like a train station where it's getting in all of these inputs from different places and then sending them out again. And the brain's experience of sensory input has nothing to do intrinsically with chakra, right? So like somebody without, obviously because I'm talking to you right now, like somebody with no chakra can both perceive things with their senses and also be hypnotized and subject to illusion and hallucination. And those hallucinations can come from, within the brain almost, if you take like a hallucinatory substance, or they could come through like interruption of sensory pathways or distortion of sensory pathways. So I don't think that you need to take control of the chakra in someone's brain to make them hallucinate something. I think all you need to do is you need to get into somebody's sensory pathways and use your own chakra to make them see things that aren't actually happening. And you could do that, like technically speaking, mechanistically speaking, you could do that by like hacking into their eyes and flooding their eyes with like lots of colors and lights and stuff. And then their brain would see, quote unquote, lights and colors, even though their eyes weren't literally seeing it. You would basically just be like stimulating the rods and cones in the back of their eye to fire off crazily. I think that might be how Genjutsu like flash pillar work, where it's basically like it's chakra affecting the eyes and the optic nerves, making the opponent think that they are seeing a flashbang without it literally actually being light that they're dealing with. But I'm not sure. That's just like one possible explanation of that. I don't know if that really works. But at the end of the day, like, if that person didn't, fuck, since there is chakra running through a shinobi's body, that chakra is probably going to like be continually flowing through their organs, and so if you want to maintain control over them, then you're also going to need to control their chakra. But if their chakra is not there and it's not flowing through their body, then you don't have to worry about that, right? It's just you, as long as you can still do shit that fucks with their cells, then you should be okay. And so the question then is like, in order to fuck with their cells with chakra, do their cells need to have a chakra network that you are going through to get to the cells, or can your chakra just go directly into the cell and mess it up? So I guess that's the sticking point. For me, like, my personal headcanon view on this is that it's fine, right? Like, as long as you can fuck with the incoming sensory pathways and just put shit in there, you can mess with your opponent's mind. You might not be able to totally control their mind or whatever, but you should be able to at least get them to hallucinate. Then if they have a chakra running through their system, they can try and break your control, and if not, then they don't have that, so it's even easier, right? But I don't necessarily think your sensory pathways have to have a kerakuke running through them to be vulnerable to deception. So this kind of comes back to my initial point, right? Or initial personal take. Dr. Strangle says, it's always take back control of your chakra, not dispel the parasitic chakra that has found its way into your body. They just have to stimulate the cone cells, and the cone cells would send an electrical signal to the brain after the sensory information. Yeah. Of the altered sensory information. Yeah, exactly, right? Because at the end of the day, like, please don't do this at home. But if you ever, like, sort of have done that thing where you push on your eye and you see color, like, what's happening there, right? You're causing pressure, which is causing the activation of cells in your eye, and you are, quote unquote, seeing a flash of light or whatever. You're seeing colors. That has nothing to do with you actually seeing something that is colored. You are just activating the corresponding cells in your eye through pressure, as opposed to through like photon-based excitation or whatever. I think so. Feel free to fact check me on that. And please do not go and test this and poke your eyes out, for the love of God. Just want to put that down there for the record, okay? Take care of your eyes.
Problems with this, which we'll get into in a second. But the second interpretation, though, is that Genjutsu attacks the mind directly, and once the mind is seized, the chakra and 5 senses of the opponent are under control of the caster, since both chakra and the 5 sensors are simply biological properties which can feasibly be manipulated by the mind.
Okay, so I think that this is bad, and it's hard to explain why. I want to listen to it one more time.
Disruption serves as a means to break the hold of the caster. There are a few problems with this, which we'll get into in a second. But the second interpretation, though, is that Genjutsu attacks the mind directly.
Okay, so I think, first of all, it's a problem, from my perspective, that he's saying there is one interpretation. It exists. Here it is. But there are problems with it. Then there is a second interpretation. And that it feels like what he's doing, he's saying, since the first interpretation has more problems than the second one works more than the first one, so we can go with that. The problem with that is that just saying that a thing can be interpreted in a given way doesn't necessarily mean that there is any validity to it whatsoever. And the fact that it is slightly, or even greatly, better than another one also doesn't mean that it in and of itself is correct. So I think, again, I don't even know if Sage is aware of this, but like, it seems to me like what he's doing here is he's saying, okay, let's talk about what the common interpretation of Genjutsu is. Here it is. But then he kind of presents like an incomplete assessment of what it is. Like, well, the interpretation that we get from the series is kind of fragmented, isn't it? It's kind of like not really all put together. It kind of doesn't tell us what we want to know. So here is my alternate interpretation, and it's better than the first one, so let's go with that. But the problem is that the first interpretation presented was kind of, not exactly a straw man, but it was kind of incomplete, and it left out some very important details. And the second interpretation, it's not like it exists as some sort of entity with intrinsic validity. In other words, just saying that because something is an interpretation doesn't mean that it like, calling it that doesn't legitimize it at all. It doesn't give it any intrinsic weight or value. It has to be identified and explored, substantiated. So really, these aren't just interpretations, right? It would be better to call them hypotheses. In other words, we as readers, we as viewers of the series, we want to understand how chakra works, and specifically how chakra works in relation to Genjutsu. I should have just said how Genjutsu works. And so we generate hypotheses. I think Genjutsu works by going directly to the mind. I think the Genjutsu works by going through the cranial nerves. Those are two hypotheses. And then we test each one independently to see how much evidence we have. Now, I think Sage thinks that he's doing this. The objection that I have is like with the execution of that intention. I don't think it was executed correctly. And furthermore, if I bring up the idea that Genjutsu goes directly to the mind, we have no evidence for that, is the thing. Like, we can literally, I'm committing to this. If you guys want to, we can go through every single Genjutsu in the series on stream together and look at it in context and in the data books and whatever else, and we can see if there's any evidence whatsoever that says Genjutsu goes directly to the brain. I can't find a single shred of it, but I can find a whole bunch of statements about people being very clear and very explicit in saying it goes through the eyes, it goes through the ears. Here's a diagram of it. Well, the diagram was something else, but like, so it goes through the eyes, it goes through the ears, it can go through the nose, right? Very, very clearly has to go through the sensory pathways. There's no evidence that I've ever found to support it going through the brain. So again, to summarize all that, it feels like what Sage is doing is like, the series tells us one thing, but here's my straw man of that. It's incomplete. Doesn't it look kind of shoddy? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, here's another interpretation. Let's just go with that because the first one is just like kind of bad anyway, so let's discard it. And let's go with this one instead. But that doesn't mean that the second one is any better. In fact, it's worse. It has less evidence. So, I don't know. I have to go back and rewatch this off stream as well to make sure that I'm right, because like the wording here is kind of convoluted, but that is how I feel about it at the moment.
And once the mind is seized, the chakra and 5 senses of the opponent are under control of the caster.
I would also be cautious about that phrasing, the mind is seized. Technically speaking, that could be correct, but it might be better to say that the brain is seized, and then that results in control over the mind as well. But I'm nitpicking, it's fine.
Since both chakra and the 5 sensors are simply biological properties, which can feasibly be manipulated by the mind.
And that annoys me because, like, chakra saying that it's simply a biological property, I don't think is accurate. Chakra is a substance that is created from physical energy, and physical energy is produced by the body, but it also incorporates mental slash physical and mental slash spiritual energy. There we go. And so it's not simply biological in the way that, like, if you took out a chunk of your cells, that's simply biological. Because of that, like, more ethereal, more abstract, like, mental, spiritual component. Chakra can be... Okay, so the idea that the 5 senses can be manipulated by the mind, that depends on what you mean by 5 senses. I was actually talking to my partner about this before the stream, because she's a psychiatrist, so she, like, knows more about the stuff than I do. But basically, like, if I take a hallucinogen and I experience a hallucinogenic reaction from within my brain, it's not like my brain is necessarily going like, oh, okay, we are having a hallucination. Let's produce some visual hallucinations. And then it sends a signal to my eye, like my cornea, like my retina, whatever, the cells in my eye, and says, hey, eye, you are now seeing a fire-breathing dragon flying around in front of your head. And then my eye says, okay, sends a signal up the cranial nerves, and then the ocular nerve, and then that goes back into the brain and fools my brain. It's more like that part of my brain that would receive that signal in and of itself gets confused and thinks it's seeing something that it's not. Now, technically speaking, there could also be other forms of induced hallucinations that do operate on the optic nerve or on the eye specifically, but a hallucination that's happening in the brain, the source of it is coming from the brain, doesn't like first ping the other sensory pathways and then come back to the brain. Remember that the brain itself is the end result. It's like the end of the signal path for any kind of perception of the outside world. So at the end of the day, no, your mind doesn't necessarily manipulate your external senses in this way. Now, that being said, optical illusions are absolutely a thing, and you can perceive things that are incorrect, and auditory illusions. Like, there's all kinds of different like ways that you can fuck with your internal perception of sensation that results in you like scrambling up um, incoming signals. So it might, under certain very specific circumstances, be correct to say that your brain can affect the way that your can affect your senses, but it's kind of like your brain getting confused about the incoming signal, or like messing up the propagation of that signal in the first place. Really, though, based on what my partner was trying to explain to me, as best as I can recall, it's the brain that itself is getting confused. It's not like reaching out to the organs and then confusing the organs and then getting that confused signal back. Then there's the injection of this term mind, and honestly, like, again, we have to wonder if saying that the mind can affect the senses of a person is really correct. I guess you could phrase, if you phrase it in a specific way, you could get away with it by saying like, okay, I am taking control. I am using my mind to exert control over my body, to take control over that person's body, and that's affecting their mind. So my mind is controlling their mind. But that feels like it's leaving out some important details, right? That feels kind of like a shortcut explanation. So really, I don't like that. Noodles does this all the time too. I don't like reducing things to like, oh well, these are just five senses, and five senses can be controlled by the mind, therefore this, right? It's like going back to the stuff we talked about with the data book argumentation. It's like, well, the data books are expository reference texts. Expository reference texts have these properties, therefore the data books have these properties. It's like, I get the argumentation, but I think that this is a very, it's like the start of a paragraph in a chapter of a book about how the mind works and interacts with things, and it's being presented as the whole book. That's kind of how I feel about it. Let's see. Dr. Strangle says, if someone doesn't have a chakra network, then would the chakra flow to the cones to alter their vision? That's what I would think. Yeah, I would think that like the chakra just like goes, like quietly goes into their eyes and basically pushes back against or fucks with, or like, otherwise causes a like axon, like an action potential or whatever in the rods and cones, and then that gets sent up the ocular nerve. So it's almost like a mechanical pressing of the cells, but with chakra instead of like poking it with your eye or something like that, or with your hand. Sorry, it says, I came back to, I take hallucinogenics and I'm not rewinding because it's funnier. Yeah, please. I will let your mind fill in the context there.
But now that we fully understand Genjutsu, at least as
I don't think we do fully understand it at all, because I think that you've like very specifically and explicitly left out very important context. So no,
properties,
but okay.
which can feasibly be manipulated by the mind. But now that we fully understand Genjutsu,
Like, just a statement like that, the senses can be feasibly manipulated by the mind. You have to explain that more. You have to give more detail about that. That's just such a bomb to throw out there and then like quickly move away from.
at least as much as we can without getting into the potential debunks, let's dive into those.
That is also a really weird, I think, like a debate adjacent approach. Like, we can't understand this anymore without getting into potential counter arguments and countering those. Like, come on, if you wanted to understand Genjutsu better, are these really the only options that you have? We can't understand Genjutsu without defeating counter arguments. No, I don't think that's true. I think that, like, if we want to understand them, there's a shitload of Genjutsu and a shitload of information about them. I say shitload when there's only like 5% of the jutsu in the whole series, but whatever, there's enough. There's at least 20 of them probably that we could look at and read their information and see them in context and learn more about how they work. I feel like I've learned more about Genjutsu over these past two streams that than I have in a long time, right? Ariama says, I'm currently listening to, the Gamabunta versus Kid Choji. That's a fucking classic. That's the one that I bring up all the time as being like, man, I can't stand this guy, but gotta give him credit for this topic. Yeah, but that's the whole, like The ones where he argues that Choji is mountain level because he expands at the speed of lightning to be as tall as a mountain, and then he just uses like some real world approximation. I think he literally, at one point in that debate, doesn't he literally say like Choji gets to be as tall as a mountain, therefore he's mountain level? And I was like, okay.
The next section, I'll go one by one through popular arguments against cross-verse Genjutsu and see if they hold any water. Before we do that though, if you're enjoying the video so far, or maybe you've learned something, make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you in advance for your support. Love you guys. Let's go.
Yeah, I understand that, like, for the purposes of running a business and producing video content on a regular basis, getting things out at like a decent clip or whatever, there's a certain format and length of video that is going to work better, and that decisions like that have to be made if you are taking your channel. Like, I don't take my channel super seriously in terms of, like, I never really promote it. I don't, like, go to people's servers and ask them to watch my videos. I always appreciate it when somebody takes the time to or asks about it, but, like, I used to share, like, my videos in the video channel on Sage's server. Obviously, I don't do that anymore. And then, like, on a couple other places I used to, like, a year ago, but I don't. I don't really have any plans to grow the channel because it's, like, already, I'm just grateful to have people to talk to about this shit, right? But despite the fact that it's not my experience, I can understand wanting to format your videos and keep them to a certain length and style in order to, like, best serve your business model. That being said, the section in this video is called Genjutsu Explained, and it does a very cursory, very paltry, very surface level skimming job of explaining Genjutsu, and it is significantly, like, I think only half the length about of addressing debunks to the point. So this is kind of like a good way of summarizing my not conflict but frustration with the community in general, is that, like, if you actually want to explain Genjutsu, you could do that, and you could do a really good job of it, and you could be thorough and detailed, and you could help everybody understand this better. You could make a half an hour long video that was just like, let's go over as much detail as possible, let's be thorough, let's not, like, waste people's time, but let's get in the weeds on this, and make sure that when people leave this video that they understand Genjutsu. And then you can move on from that to a video about, like, debunking things. Or you could just do one big long video. I mean, like, at the end of the day, we can decide, like, I know Sage has done, like, an hour-long video on Kakashi's Jutsu, so we as content creators can decide to do whatever we want. And as much as I can sympathize with wanting a video to be a certain length to meet a certain goal or whatever, that's our decisions, right? Like, we can choose to make an hour-long video, a 10-hour-long video if we want to, and I feel like if you're going to do this topic justice, then just at least spend as much time explaining the core of the issue to create a grounding of, like, a baseline understanding, and spend as much time with that as you're doing with the debunks. I think that, like, debunking debunks doesn't inherently make your position stronger. It just, like, makes the opposition look worse, I guess. Take a look at chapter 79 of Naruto and see if it changes your mind. Okay, let's take a look. Is this what this is? This is before the Ebisu thing, so I'm curious. 79. Okay, come on, Hinata. Oh yeah, this would be good to go over for sure. Okay. Strongest school taijutsu is referring to Hyuga Neji. Okay. Yeah, it was just a scratch. Okay. Let's read this. Among the Hyuga, there are unique taijutsu passed down from one generation to the next. Unlike the taijutsu that Lee and I specialize in, which is all about beatings, bruises, and broken bones, a style its proponents called Goken, or Ferocious Fist, the Hyuga clan employs Juken, or Gentle Fist, to inflict damage to the enemy's Kerakuke through which the chakra flows. That leads to the breakdown of the internal organs, destroying the foe from within. Okay, so it seems like there's damage being done to the chakra network, and then that damage kind of propagates through the Kerakuke into the cells, causing cellular damage as well. Doesn't look like much, but the effect grows gradually after the initial attack. There's no way of strengthening the internal organs, so any enemy struck with that blow is going to succumb. Okay? So, let's see. Did it? No. There's another one that says, like, a diagram. Yeah, here we go. Here we go again. The insightful questions of an idiot. Allow me, Sakura. The Kerakuke is kind of like a network of energy lines spread throughout our bodies in much the same way as a human circulatory system. So he does draw a distinction between the Kerakuke and the circulatory system as being two different things. It's like a system of vessels that carry chakra throughout our bodies, passageways for chakra. Yes, and it's delicately intertwined with the organs that manipulate chakra. Attack the Kerakuke and the organs will suffer as well. Okay, so they're definitely depicting these as being like very closely intrinsically intertwined. Okay. I want to see like what happens. Gentle fist attacks are different from the purely brute force physical kind. You take your own chakra and release it through the energy portals in your hands, forcing it into the body of your foe, where it can inflict massive damage on the Kerakuke. Okay. See these sparks on the inside there. Okay, just looking for anything else. My eyes can detect the Tenketsu. Along the Kerakuke we spoke of earlier, there are 361 chakra points, no larger than the prick of a pin. These nodes are called Tenketsu, and in theory, if you can accurately hit them, you can halt the flow of an enemy's chakra or enhance it, controlling it in any way you wish. But when I'm talking about, yeah, these Tenketsu, they're undetectable even to my Sharingan eye, and regardless of having all-penetrating eyes to be able to, in the heat of battle, proceed so accurately. Yeah, that is kind of a crazy feat for Neji. Yeah. Okay. So I think this makes sense and is in line with what we've been saying. Can you elaborate on what you were thinking it would change my mind about? Because I might have just been missing something. Sorry, says, everyone turns to look at Guy. Bro, we know this. We're 30 years old. Why are you giving our students an advantage by telling them how your guy works? Oh, you know, because shonen. Because shonen tropes. Because we gotta make sure everybody at home can follow along. I think I want to go until the end of this hour, so we can make a little bit more progress here. Cool music.
When it comes to cross-verse Genjutsu debunks, outside of just characters having illusion resistance, there are basically 4 barriers of entry. First, we need to show that Genjutsu can work on people without chakra.
And honestly, I feel like I have less contentions with the rest of this video, except for the evolution thing. So I might, I'm going to put the video on 1.5. No, that feels weird.
Second, we need to show that Genjutsu can work
on... go on to chapter 80. Okay, my bad, 1 sec. Never go back on my word. Okay. Neji strikes on her Tenketsu node points have completely arrested the flow of Hinata's chakra. She's lost the capacity to perform the Juken attacks that flood her chakra into her opponent's body. I see. Okay. Right, because her chakra nodes... Right, okay, yeah. He mentioned that there's, like, portals in the hand. And there's also, you know, nodes through which the chakra can flow. So basically what Neji's done is he has targeted these nodes, he's turned them off, and so the chakra can't flow to get to her hands in the first place, and also presumably they then can't come out of the portals to then be able to get injected into the opponent's body. So we're thinking that, like, when it applies to cross-verse Genjutsu and, like, Genjutsu injection and stuff like that, are you saying that, like, you think that the chakra could go directly into the brain and, like, poke the brain cells in this way and cause stimulation from within the brain? Because I actually don't think that there's anything in the Naruto universe that would preclude that. In other words, like, that fits with the mechanics of chakra. If you think about, like, your chakra can affect the cells of your eyes, well, they are quote-unquote just cells, so why couldn't it just affect the brain cells directly? I think that that's a good hypothesis in terms of keeping things in line with the mechanics of the series. I would say that I don't think that they actually do that, though. I think it is totally within the physical possibilities that the series presents, but I don't think they actually avail themselves of that. I think they are going through the sensory pathways. Because that's just the way that they consistently describe it, like, over and over again. Hopefully that makes sense. Sawyer says, I never go back on my word. I do. Fuck those guys. Yeah, I mean, like, something that I've had to keep in mind now is, like, I tend to be a pretty loyal person by default. And when somebody betrays my loyalty, I tend to assume, like, my first reaction historically has been to assume that I did something wrong. And I've had to learn not to make that assumption. Sometimes it is the case, and I need to be humble and, you know, recognize when I make mistakes. but sometimes I give my loyalty to certain things and then the loyalty is rejected, and I can't always assume that's just my fault, right? It's out of my control. So I think that loyalty, just like, is almost like a gift that you give to someone, and if they don't respect that, appreciate it, and reciprocate it, then take it back. Like, don't just give it out freely and randomly. And I hate saying that in a way because it feels like I'm getting more cynical, but I'm just speaking based on experience, right? Like, you don't need to remain loyal to somebody who doesn't like respect or appreciate you. Like, don't waste your time with that shit. Life's too short. Um, what's your prediction on who won the last debate between Apollo and Noodles? Um, I feel like I should be able to answer this very quickly, and I don't know why it's taking me so long. But I'm thinking, if I had to guess, I would say probably Apollo, but Noodles thinks he won, and the judges are split because Noodles is a more, I guess, like, he's more of a performer, and his audience appreciates his style of performance, and he's better at talking, I think, directly in like direct down to earth terminology to people. Apollo, I think, understands philosophy a lot better and has better constructed arguments and is better at like the philosophically, like, the analytical part of the conversation, but he's also like, I'm gonna sound a little mean here. I'm sorry, but this is just what comes to my my mind. He comes across as somebody who kind of like doesn't mind the smell of his own farts. If that makes sense. I'm sorry that felt mean, but like, he seems very proud of the fact that he can use erudite collegiate diction and refer to specific um, philosophical terms that other people might not know. Um, and it's not super impressive to me, and I think that it can wind up losing some audience members' focus. That doesn't mean that there's anything inherently wrong with his arguments, but I do think that like judgment in these situations inevitably winds up, as much as people will try to be unbiased, I think they will try to. Some of it does come down to who you think performed better, and I think Apollo is better in terms of logic, but I don't think he's as good of a performer, and I think he tends to um, get a little bit carried away with the rhetoric and a little bit distant with his language. So I am going to predict that Noodles makes zero compelling actual positive arguments and doesn't have anything to offer in terms of like good sound reasoning, but he still comes close to, if not like, he either comes close to splitting or does actually split the vote because he can outperform Apollo in the theatrics of the debate. That's what I would think. What do you think? Dr. Strangle says it would be as if all their points were closed and the chakra being put into the body wouldn't flow into the brain. So let me make sure I understand. I think I'm doing that thing that I do to you all the time. I'm sorry, where like you're saying something that makes perfect sense, but I'm just not. It's just not clicking. I don't know why. So if all the points were closed, so you're saying like if somebody did not have any chakra in their body, and somebody using Genjutsu tried to do so on somebody with no chakra, then the chakra would go in, and it wouldn't have anywhere to go. Like, it wouldn't go through the Kerakuke, and therefore it couldn't get into the cells. Like, chakra needs specifically to go through the Kerakuke to get into the cells in the first place. Is that what you're saying? Because I think there's a precedent for that. But I feel like, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm not quite grasping what you're saying. Do you think Noodles can defend himself in a court case? No, I don't. I've actually been on jury duty a couple times, and it's it's not as bad as people say, although it is pretty intense sometimes. But yeah, it's not exactly. I really love the show Boston Legal, and of course I like Better Call Saul, but Better Call Saul is pretty realistic from what I understand. But a lot of the times, the way that courtroom theatrics are displayed and are portrayed and discussed in media are just not what it's actually like. And the moment Noodles starts like acting like Noodles, like, he's gonna get called out and he's gonna get like charged with contempt of court. Like, there's no way he doesn't get get through the proceedings with like a couple of contempt charges at least. It would be like that like Fenton Denver Allen or whatever court case with like Rick and Morty, if you've ever seen that, which fucking great. You should see it if you haven't. But it would be like, yeah. Let's see. Do you want to defend himself in a court case? Yeah, that wouldn't fly, but it would make for good a good source for animators to practice their craft on. Was Naruto, with all his points closed in the novel, immune to Genjutsu? Doesn't seem so. They even go out of their way to note that chakra from others can still affect him. Yeah, the thing with that is, I think Naruto's Keirakuke was still fully functional. If I remember, you're talking about like Naruto Retsuden, right? But he has a sickness where he can't mold chakra, because if he does, the chakra flowing through his body, it like causes him harm, I think. It's called like a chakra sickness. It's something about being a Jinchuriki. So I'd have to go look specifically, but I wonder, yeah, if Neji came up to Naruto that way and he just like ran chakra through his body, I think he might actually do some serious damage or cause serious pain to Naruto, because he's like forcing chakra to go through his body when his body like doesn't want to fucking deal with that. Like it gets sick if he tries. That's almost what you're saying. Okay, yeah, if you feel like paraphrasing, that could be helpful. But no pressure. Okay, back to the video.
On people without mental and spiritual energies, as they're described in Naruto.
Okay, oh, he's describing like the hurdles to get over, as opposed to these aren't his points yet, right?
Third, we need to show that Genjutsu can work on someone without a chakra network. And fourth, we need to show that this is consistent with what we actually see in the series.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd like to start with the last piece because it stems from something we talked about just a minute ago and leads really nicely into the first hurdle afterwards.
Sure, that's fine.
Before, I mentioned that there were a few issues with the first interpretation of how Genjutsu mechanistically works, once the chakra is in the target. So let's go over that real quick. Remember, under this interpretation, the caster takes control of the chakra that's already inside the target, and through taking control of the chakra itself, they gain influence over the five senses and the mind as a whole.
Oh, I mean, like, based on what I've seen anyway, I think it's possible. Like, okay, so if somebody else has chakra running through their body and you put a genjutsu inside them, like you use a ocular genjutsu on them, then you are going to be pushing your chakra, like pushing their chakra out of the way to get to their brain and take control of it. If that's what he's saying, then yeah, I would agree with that. There's probably going to be chakra inside the opponent, and you're going to have to get around that one way or another to get into their brain. I don't really have a problem with that.
The first issue here is that it doesn't explain why pain would break the Genjutsu. If Genjutsu functions simply by taking hold of the chakra in the brain, why would pain do anything? We know what it looks like when a caster's chakra is disrupted, and we never get something like that from someone just being in pain. Since there's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain, there must be something else in the process of casting, landing, and manipulating a Genjutsu that's separate from just controlling the enemy's chakra.
Okay, I want to...
Their chakra is disrupted, and we never get something like that from someone just being in pain. Since there's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain,
there's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain. I don't think that's true. I think that... I'm gonna, like, put on my debate. I just saw your comment. Neji, that's the stick guy who died. Oh my god. Such a brutal takedown. War Arc Neji, no diffs, Prime Sakura. I'm willing to allow that, sure. Why not? Fuck. Now I have to repeat what he said.
If Genjutsu functions simply by taking hold of the chakra in the brain...
If it functions simply by taking control of the chakra in the brain... Oh, no, okay, it doesn't. It doesn't just take control of the chakra in the brain. In fact, I'm not sure that, like... Well, yeah, it would be... Yeah, okay. So... Yeah, I don't think it necessarily just functions by taking control of chakra in the brain. I think, like, you have to send your chakra into the other person through the sensory pathways, then it will get in their brain, and then you can, from there, you can then, like, induce hallucinations and fuck with their chakra control and stuff like that, right? Kind of like the Tenketsu, right? It's like, what Neji is doing is he is putting his chakra inside somebody else, and then pushing their chakra out of the way, and like, get the fuck out of here, and then taking control in his own way of that given thing. He's like, in his case, is shutting it down, but instead of shutting it down, the Genjutsu user would just be taking it over. But if there's no chakra there, I'm fine with the chakra just kind of going into the cells. But I guess it comes down to whether or not molded chakra can kind of go through cells like that. Maybe one way to... I don't want to do this right now, but maybe one thing we could research for next time is when Kurama, like, when his chakra cloak goes on Choji gets fat again, right? Like he fills out, and then he's like, I can feel my calorie count going up. So Kurama's chakra is entering his body, and presumably, like, through the chakra network, is revitalizing the cells in his body and filling them with energy. Um, so I guess the question there is, does that mean that his chakra is going, like, it goes into the Keiraku-Kei and then travels through the Keiraku-Kei into the individual cells? It probably does, right? It probably goes to the chakra network. It's not like his chakra just like goes directly into the cells without engaging with the network at all. Okay, I'm kind of rambling, sorry. Dr. Strangle says, it's not that I'm saying chakra can't enter the body, so Genjutsu requires specific pathways to have an effect. If Itachi tried injecting chakra into the back of my head, his eye Genjutsu, it wouldn't work, and if he injected it into the eye of a person who doesn't have a chakra network, it would be as if they are injecting into the back of the head of a person with a chakra system. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. I think I don't think this part is ever actually explained in the series, but there might be something about like what Itachi's eye is doing, like scientifically under the hood. It might be that he's like specifically interacting with like the photons that are hitting his eye that then get reflected back into the opponent's eye, and that specific pattern causes like a causes the neurons to fire, inducing hallucination, something like that, right? Like there might be a way of breaking it down scientifically, where like the saccadic eye movements, like the little tiny fine eye movements that he's making, are actually the things that are, rather than like forming a hand seal, right? It's like his saccades are the things that are actually causing the release of the chakra, release of the technique.
Why would pain do
You
anything?
can feel my chubbiness. I can too.
We know what it looks like when a caster's chakra is disrupted, and we never.
But to put on my debate hat for a second, I think if you're going to make a claim, like, what do you say, like that there's no way to explain how pain influences chakra?
Break the Genjutsu. If Genjutsu functions simply by taking hold of the chakra in the brain, why would pain do anything? We know what it looks like when a caster's chakra is disrupted, and we never get something like that from someone just being in pain. Since there's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain, there must be something else in the process of casting, landing, and manipulating a Genjutsu that's separate from just controlling the enemy's chakra. Something.
This is what I was saying before about like the contradictions, like apparent contradictions causing a separation and being like, okay, well, we can't explain that, so we have to push this away. Why don't we try to reframe this and flip it and say like, okay, what if we accept that the previous thing is true? How do we then reconcile this statement over here? So if the series has already established that like Genjutsu is broken by interruptions in chakra flow, then it follows that because inducing pain breaks the Genjutsu, that it may be the case anyway, maybe it's not a positive thing, but it may be the case that the pain is causing an interruption in the chakra flow, right? I didn't word that precisely enough, but hopefully that made some sense. Like, if Genjutsu functions by controlling chakra, and breaking chakra control disrupts Genjutsu, or chakra flow disrupts Genjutsu, and pain disrupts Genjutsu, then maybe pain is disrupting chakra control, right? So we can actually put those two things together, and I think the correct way to investigate this would be to do a thorough explanation and exploration of chakra disruption in the series, right? To me, this is kind of Sage being like, well, I don't see an explanation for this, so let's move on. And I get that. There's nothing inherently wrong with saying this is the limit of what I'm prepared to talk about or what I like feel interested in talking about. At the same time, it winds up kind of coming across as a very bold statement about the nature of chakra, or the nature of like pain in Naruto, not that pain. I do want to look up something real quick. So, in Naruto, why does pain disrupt chakra flow? I'm just curious if we just like search for it. Black chakra receivers. Okay, that's something different though. Genjutsu requires chakra to function. One second, I'm looking at something in the other monitor. I'll bring it over in a second. Okay, so I'm not going to read this whole thing right now, although I will maybe go take a look at it afterwards. But I just Googled this, and I'm curious to see what comes out of it if we just type in pain, right? When Kakashi taught Sasuke Chidori, he said if you overdo it and completely run out of chakra, you'll die. He later described pain. Yes. But there was something when I searched for this about like pain. People have broken out of Genjutsu with pain instead of chakra flow disruption. We've established that senses are linked to chakra network, right? Sense a reason that a burst of pain would also disrupt chakra flow, and that's what's breaking the Genjutsu, not the pain itself. Yeah, so again, like I'm not 100% sure. Oh, it's funny enough. This is the same thing where it's like debunking. A big part of this is debunking counter arguments. Hagoromo was the one that gave people chakra. What did I say? Chakra. See. So this is probably something that I should research on my own later. But yeah, let's see. Sensory information like pain are also transmitted to the brain via chakra. This is true regardless if you agree with me on the first point. Completely disagree. A ninja has the same body structure as a normal human with the addition of chakra pathway system. But the ninjas still have nerves, brains, etc., which transmit electrical signals. So I don't have a reason to assume that chakra has any role in transmitting pain to the brain because the ninjas are exactly the same as humans in every other aspect. This is an interesting discussion. Their sensory system of the body works just like humans, okay, which also results in pain. There's been proved that chakra has nothing to do with transmission / working of pain in a ninja's body. Your previous claim, okay, I'm gonna need to like look at these in greater detail, but yeah. So I think like I'm not going to come out and say Sage did a bad job. He didn't do a good explanation, and fuck him. Like I'm not, not gonna say that. Like, but what I will say is that it's getting heated up. What I will say is that for a topic like that, that has such potentially like broad spanning implications, I think it's worth going through in more detail and researching more. That could even be like a topic of a whole video, right? And I think that unfortunately, just say not maliciously, but unfortunately, that the way that it's included here is just very kind of hand wavy, and it's like, oh, well, we don't know what this is about, so let's move on. And I just wind up feeling like there's a big hole here that needs to be filled vigorously, and never mind. Moving on. 1 second. Take a break. 1 second. Oh, dude, Shinigami, yeah, go to bed. It's way too late. 4:36. You don't ever... You should assume going forward, you don't ever have to ask. If it's this late at night, you should be asleep. As much as I like talking to you and hanging out with you and stuff, sleep is extremely important. I have been bad at sleep. I have been feeling my sleep. I've been feeling that, like, affect me negatively. And so, I would much rather we talk on Discord if it rather than on stream if it means that you actually get to fucking sleep, dude. Like, please don't put your health and well-being on hold. It's not worth it.
Something else that this just doesn't jive with is the fact that A, not everyone has chakra, and yet everyone is hit by the infinite Tsukiyomi, and B, even
fucking Tsukiyomi, I don't know what the hell that is. But look, I'll also say I don't really have that strong of a position on whether or not civilians and dogs and stuff have chakra. I like it's fine either way.
everyone has chakra, and yet everyone is hit by the infinite Tsukiyomi. And B, even those that do have chakra have to mold it first. Let's deal with the latter half before the former.
I feel like this is the specifically engineered to trigger abstract and maybe even Eon section.
Chakra explicitly doesn't exist within the body in its complete form until chakra production, aka the mixing of mental and physical energies, occurs.
Yeah, I think so.
We know this from Ebisu's explanation of how chakra works, with him showcasing a 1-to-1 stamina to chakra conversion rate, meaning that when 30% of stamina is converted into chakra, we see 30% chakra and 70% stamina. So when we see 100% stamina, we should be at 0% chakra.
Yep, really just interrupting so I don't play like for too long without saying something, but yeah, like I don't really have any problems with this.
So, like on this chart where we see Naruto perfectly healthy with 100% stamina and 0% chakra, that means that if you have 0% chakra before molding it, then not everyone has chakra running through them all of the time. Some push back on this by saying that if a shinobi run out of chakra, they die, but we're explicitly told by Kakashi and Ebisu that if you run out of chakra and stamina, not just chakra, you die.
Yeah, I think the way that I always understood that to work is that like if like I think the best way to understand this is maybe he's going to
Makes
show
more
this.
sense.
Oh no, it's like when Kakashi first introduces this, or like one of the early times that he mentions this, is he's talking to Sasuke about how many Chidori he can pull off in a given day, right? And like if Sasuke tries to do too many of them, if he try, I think what Kakashi says is like if you try to form the third one, like you can only do two per day. If you try to form the third one, then you will wind up, it will wind up fizzling out and it won't work. But furthermore, you'll die. And the reason, as I understand it, is that in order to make the stamina, to make the chakra, to then release as this jutsu, Sasuke needs to draw from the energy in his cells and the energy in his mind slash spirit in order to make the chakra stamina. When he does that, if he doesn't have enough, he's going to kill himself, right? Because he's not able to draw from the correct reserves of. It's like he's like overdrawing, you know, and so that will just take too much energy from his body, from his mind, from his soul, maybe, and then it just like he shuts himself down because he tried to pull out energy reserves that he didn't have. His cells overload themselves, or he draws too much. Like maybe he destroys his own soul or something even. Like I think that's probably a headcanon explanation, right? But something about that process is stripping away more energy like than he needs to have in his body to survive. But I agree that like characters don't tend to have like molded chakra. Like a character who's asleep doesn't have chakra that is molded and prepared running through them. They do, however, have the capacity to produce stamina. So here's like an interesting question, I think. Let's say you have a character who absorbs chakra from people. If Sasuke was asleep and that guy Yoroi, whatever, who he fought in the Chunin exams, came over and put his hand on his head and started to drain his chakra, what would happen? Would nothing happen because Sasuke doesn't have any chakra prepared? Would it drain his quote unquote life force? Would it just drain like the energy out of his cells or something? Or would it basically sort of force his body to make chakra so that he would have something to drain? And this, of course, goes back to stuff like the God Tree, right? If the God Tree is sucking out chakra from shinobi, does it only like suck out the chakra that's been molded and prepared? Or does it kind of like force their system to produce stamina out of their mental and physical energy and then drain that away as chakra? Or does it just like drain their mental and physical energy and then it gets made into chakra inside the God Tree? I don't know that there are great explanations for those things. Personally, I think that there is enough evidence on either side to be like it would literally do nothing to Sasuke and enough to say that it would kill him. But regardless of external influence, if you as a shinobi try to overdraw your own chakra, you will destroy yourself because you're taking more than you have, if that makes sense. Now, yeah, get some sleep, Shinigami. Dr. Strangle says, it's like the Genjutsu has directions, like go left, left, right, left, left, and do the Konami code. And if it's a person's shoulder or even the forehead, it doesn't get to the brain, but if it hits the eyes, it follows this path. That makes sense. You're an S plus tier level fat sleeper. I'm not quite that bad. I'll let you like continue to rule the roost, so to speak. But yeah, I'm definitely put it this way. I went to bed at like 3 yesterday, and then I woke up at 5 and just couldn't get the fuck to sleep. And then like my cat came and hung out with me and calmed me down. And then I woke up at 11. It's like ridiculous, right? I missed so much sunlight and like opportunity to do things today just because I'm like so totally messed up from like working late. So I really gotta get recentered. How about No says there's a super blatant example in the novels of Sarada as like those guys have no chakra, they're probably not ninja. Oh, okay. Well, here's a question. Do you think that means, depending on the context, right? Is she saying, like, those people aren't currently walking around with any chakra molded and ready to go? And if they were ninja, in this situation, in this context, we would expect to see them with chakra? Or is it just like a totally normal out of combat style thing, right? Like, imagine, like, I'm trying to think of it like if Sarda's running around and some fucking kid, like some civilian, comes up to her brandishing a sword and he's like, I'm gonna fight you now, right? And he has like hostile intent. She could look at him with a Sharingan and be like, oh, this kid has no chakra in him, so he's not a ninja. And you would expect to see chakra in that context given that they're fighting. But yeah, does that make any sense at all? I feel like I'm not expressing myself well, but yeah. I mean, produce chakra? Produce stamina isn't a thing. Oh, maybe I'm misunderstanding the Ebisu thing. It's Ebisu time. It is the mandatory Ebisu to break for the stream. In this segment, we go over this fucking scan from Ebisu every single stream without fail. But let's see. Okay, the mixing of mental and physical energies, or in other words, the production of chakra. Okay, so what does he say about stamina specifically? Okay, so stamina itself isn't a thing that is like a substance, like a chunk of a thing that is produced that then gets converted into ninjutsu. It's just sort of like the generalized representation of, or into chakra rather. It's the generalized representation of your potential to produce chakra, is what you're saying, I think. I think that makes sense. The characters in question are doing an assassination. They do turn out to be ninja. Oh, interesting. Okay. Do you remember what novels that's in? I should probably go read it directly. It's in the first panel. Oh, it's the first panel of the novel? This? Mental energy and physical energy together is stamina. Yeah. The flow of physical and mental energies collectively called stamina. Oh, yeah, okay. I can't believe I missed the first fucking thing on the page. So the flow of these two energies is called stamina. It is not a singular thing. It is a shorthand term used to refer to two things at once. That seems correct. And then the singular thing is a result of mixing those two things together, and that is the chakra. Okay.
Since we literally have people saying they're out of chakra and still being alive. And we know that there are times when chakra isn't being molded, from examples with Tobirama and Naruto telling us as much.
Yep, these are good examples. Really would be helpful to put up the page numbers, because it's if you don't know where this shit is from, it's kind of hard to find it. Same thing with this. But yeah, probably stop functioning while I'm asleep. Yeah, so he's not molding chakra when he's asleep. Makes sense.
Now, there is a statement from Jiraiya which seems to imply that all people unconsciously create chakras by swirling around physical and spiritual energies in their bodies. However, this is clearly in the context of shinobi, since shinobi, not regular people, are the ones who consistently manipulate chakra for things like jutsu.
Yeah, this is the thing I think Abstract and I have disagreed about a little bit. But I think maybe we kind of got on the same page last time we were chatting on stream. But basically, the way that I interpret this is that in order to make chakra out of stamina, you need to swirl together the physical and mental energies that are in your body, right? So you take the mental energy, you take the physical energy, you can't just smash it together. It won't work. The process of making it into chakra involves a rotation. And so you rotate these things together, you mix them up, you swirl them together, and then they become this thing called chakra. It's kind of like, I don't know, like a baking recipe or something, where like you're adding I don't know enough about baking to make a good analogy here, I'm sorry, but like you're adding the ingredients to the bowl, and then after a certain while, you know, it's not enough to just dump all the stuff in the bowl. You have to actually swirl it together so it integrates. Or maybe it's like thinking of an emulsion, right? Like you have to get the water and the oil to kind of blend together in just the right way to produce this this different substance. And it has to be integrated correctly. It can't just be smashed together. So when a ninja, I think I'm agreeing with Sage here, when a ninja shinobi goes to make chakra, they will be completely unaware of this fact. They won't know that this is happening, but their body will swirl together the physical energy with the mental energy in order to produce chakra. So the swirling of it, right, is just the body's unconscious process that it engages in to produce the substance called chakra. I think I understand. Um, Sasuke Shinden teacher's star pupil during the concert. Okay, I'll write that down. Sasuke Shinden teacher's star pupil. Chapter 2. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm on the side of the scan is probably about ninja with a royal we. Yeah. That makes sense.
Obviously, samurai do this as well, but you get my point. Which leads me to my next one, defending the idea that not everyone has chakra. This is a super hotly debated topic within the larger overarching topic at hand, but the series is actually very clear on this. We get told multiple times that there are people who do not have chakra. The best example comes from Shikamaru Shiden, where we're told that regular people, like the daimyo, don't possess the superhuman abilities of shinobi like chakra and ninjutsu. It's
Okay, I feel like we talked about this on stream before. Am I misremembering that? I might have been like yapping about this on somebody else's stream. I can't remember. But oh yeah. Okay, this I have it right here. Okay. So here's the thing with this. I just want to point out, in case people want to find this, that I think this scan is from a PDF, like an actual PDF file, not the new euphemism, for fuck's sake. It is from a PDF scan, and so it's like, it's frustrating that there are no pages here, but the pages in the PDF don't correspond to what's actually in the book anyway. So I found this. It's in Shikamaru's story, the one with the it's got a purple cover, and he's got a little sketch of him kind of grunting. Oh, here we go. It's Shikamaru's story, A Cloud Drifting in the Silent Dark. A Cloud Drifting in the Silent Dark. Not this channel is not sponsored, but it is $10, and I got it on, or $10.99. Sorry, I got it on Amazon. So that being said, this quote specifically, if people want to find it, is on page 106 of the English version. I'm not sure where it is in the Japanese version. I could look that up separately, but yeah. It's Shikamaru's story, A Cloud Drifting in the Silent Dark, page 106, and it does have an official English translation. It's easy to find, so if you want to find this yourself, there you go. If you want me to scan any particular page, I can probably do so as well. Let me know. Just want people to have access to it to be able to find it. Okay, so that being said, I want us to take a moment to read what is actually being said here. Why must Shinobi be so persecuted? Shinobi are persecuted. He didn't really understand what that was supposed to mean. Looking at the silent Shikamaru, Gengo began to speak as if to give background for his question. The adjective hidden is always attached to the village where Shinobi live. Why must Shinobi hide, and what percentage of the realms of this continent are ninja land? It is insignificant, is it not? Others rule over this world, the daimyo. Gengo was exactly right. The ninja villages did have the word hidden in their names, and the majority of the land of the continent was governed and held by the daimyo. But what did that matter? Even if the daimyo did govern the realms, even if the adjective hidden was in there, the ninja weren't persecuted or anything like that. So actually a very interesting topic for this book. I'm looking forward to reading it. Shikamaru was a central pillar of the allied shinobi, which was precisely why he had presumed to understand a little better than most ninja the true state of the world. Oh, before I forget, the reason why I looked in the book is I wanted to make sure that this wasn't just a fan translation. This, for what it's worth, this is the official Viz translation. I can confirm that at least. Shikamaru was a central pillar of the allied shinobi forces, which was precisely why he presumed to understand a little better than most ninja the true state of the world. The daimyo, citizens living in the lands they ruled over, were building good relationships of coexistence and prosperity with the ninja. Answer me, Shikamaru, why are the ninja persecuted by these people? Exactly when have we ever been persecuted by the daimyo? It's not only the daimyo, it's everyone other than ninja living on this continent. It looked at Shikamaru like flames blazed up in Gengo's eyes. Well then, I'd like to ask you one more thing. You said just one question. I want to ask you one more. Cutting Shikamaru off firmly, Gengo continued, ninja have powers different from all other human beings. Would you agree with me on that? Chakra and ninjutsu. Ninja did indeed have powers very different from normal people. Shikamaru nodded wordlessly. Gengo looked at him, satisfied somehow before speaking again. The powers of the ninja are already so strong they cannot be contained within a human framework. Once more, Shikamaru nodded. The fighting of the Great War 2 years earlier was so tremendous that the fate of the entire planet had rested on the outcome. If the allied shinobi had been defeated, Gengo and Shikamaru wouldn't have been sitting here chatting like this. Uchiha had tried to pull the people of the world into a dream with unimaginably enormous magic, and Uzumaki Naruto had fought to end the war with the 9 beasts in his body, the source of his chakra. Neither could have been called human. The very fact of possessing powers that could give rise to people like this perhaps pushed the ninja beyond the category of human. So, here's the thing. It could be the case that ninja possess chakra and a ninjutsu, and these are two things that they have that normal people do not have. Therefore, based on this, we could come to the conclusion that shinobi have chakra, and human beings that aren't shinobi also, they don't have chakra. And that specifically, this is drawing a distinction between shinobi as almost being like a different race. Sort of, I guess maybe similar to like the enhanced humans in The Boys or something like that, where they're human, but they're also not human. The thing about this, though, I wouldn't use this in and of itself. I would want to read the rest of the story and get to know these characters and what their perspective is, because you might have noticed a few things. First of all, even though Shikamaru is like nodding along with this, he's been cut off and he's kind of listening to what's being said. I'm not sure if we're getting Shikamaru's full perspective here, but this frame of like the powers of the ninja are already so strong that they cannot be contained within a human framework. I mean, Naruto is a fucking human being, right? Like everybody on the planet Earth and all the people who fought in the war are human beings. Madara is a human being. So I think that this phrasing is probably referring to the fact that they are extraordinary human beings, and they are superhuman in that, technically speaking, they're doing things that your average normal person couldn't. But they are not a different like breed of people. So the way that that this is worded is a little bit sketchy to me. Not to mention, he didn't have the 9 beasts in his body, did he? It was more like he had a piece of their chakra, but he was never like a Jubi Jinchuriki. So that's weird. The fact of possessing, well, I mean, like, Jubi would be 10 tails, but he never had, like, the 1 through 9 all in him in this way, right? Like, he sort of did, but he sort of didn't, so that's a little sketchy. Neither could have been called human, except he was human. The very fact of possessing powers that could give rise to people who push the beyond. So, it's clear to me that what is being said here is that, like, esoterically speaking, in the abstract speaking, that, like, Naruto characters are capable of doing things that normal humans can't. But given the way that the language is being used, I would be hesitant to accept this at face value without looking at more context here. This could be true. This could be fine. But it's a little bit much, especially not knowing the full context of the novel, right? I'm going to get to chat in a second. Let me just finish this
Very
little
important
section.
that they delineate between those two things, because it's not that they simply can't cast jutsu or can't generate enough chakra to do so. It's that they possess neither of those things. Some will try to say that when it says they don't have chakra, it means that they possess it, they just can't use it. But that would be changing the definition of have. Have just means to hold or possess something. So that would be a less pragmatic and less parsimonious interpretation of what's being communicated here. The reason this is
I think I'll stop here because I'm starting to, I'm feeling like my mental limit, so to speak, and I don't want to just like glaze over stuff. But I mean, it seems a little hypocritical for Sage to be like, you can't change the definition of this thing, when previously he like literally came up with his own custom definition for a thing. Also, he's only showing the first definition of have, although there's only 2 listed here, but you know, it would be worth exploring, I think, if the term like have could actually be used in this context. I'm not convinced based off this one little snippet, but as you can probably tell by my voice, I'm kind of like losing my train of thought a little bit. So I'll come back to this later. Like, we'll resume this next week and pick up from this point. And I'll go over it again to make sure that I'm being fair. But I wanted one more thing that you said.
definition of have. Have just means to hold or possess something. So that would be a less pragmatic.
Well, it doesn't actually. That's not true. It doesn't just mean that. It says to hold or maintain something, tangible or intangible, as a possession, privilege, entitlement, or responsibility. So that's
and less parsimonious interpretation of what's being communicated here. The reason this is important, though,
less parsimonious maybe, but sometimes things that are less parsimonious are still true, so I don't really care about that. I will say, though, that he is kind of adding some words here, right? Like, I understand how he's getting to this conclusion, but to me, there's more ambiguity to what's being said here. I don't know why, but my like skeptical alarm bells are going off. So I'm gonna have this book right here, audio proof. I'm going to read this, try to get it done by next week, and I'll come back and I can actually share more context. Because remember, right, like Shades might be 100% correct about this, but remember when we talked about the photon guns previously, and like on this on the stream, whoever's video, it might have been Sage's that we were responding to, the video itself said, "Hey, Naruto dodged this photon gun," and then we were like, "Okay, that means his light speed, right?" And then we went, and there were like 3 or 4 other passages in that book that showed that that's not how the photon guns work, right? So I'm gonna stop yapping now because I think I'm getting too tired to be able to like give the level of quality response that I want to. So pick up next time. But that's a homework assignment I'm giving myself to check the book. Also, seem to be developing a stutter, so that's fun. Let's see. Okay, going up to catch up on chat before we head out for the night. Ursa says the problem with it being exclusive to shinobi is that it's never stated that it's exclusive, and it's defined by traits that are universal even amongst non-shinobi. I think that makes sense, yeah. That's not what this chapter excerpt says. Oh, damn. That's a lot of exclamation marks. I'd be curious to see, where does Naruto say that everyone has chakra? Can you point me to that, please? Because I know, didn't Abstract talk about that on stream last time, actually? I feel like we all talked about this recently. Arguing X, Y because X, but is also about to introduce that X has 2 meanings to make the argumentation non sequitur. Okay, definitely going to go over all of that next week to make sure that I don't miss that. Thank you for pointing that out. He's wrong if he means molded, but he just means chakra as in any energy of all. Boruto, a genius who's smart, is also noted as wrong when he calls energy chakra. Oh, yeah, I always got the impression that he was just like kind of being metaphorical, right? He's like, you guys are, didn't he say something about like, you guys are here to destroy this earth, but this earth is like, it's the power of the earth kicking back at you or something. I don't think that's true. I think I'm getting confused with something else. Yeah. But or he says something like, you can think of it as the planet's chakra, but it's not literally chakra. He's using that term in the abstract, right? Which chapter and page does he say everyone has chakra? Oh, yeah. Naruto says it to Kawaki and Boruto sometime early. I remember seeing that panel. I can like picture it in my head. I just don't remember where it's from. How strong is Uzuhiko? Uzuhiko's the Rasengan, right? As opposed to Sarada's jutsu, which is the Urihime. But yeah, I think it is difficult to tell how strong it is in terms of DC. I think it's almost like a hack in that I don't think it necessarily even like clashes with a Biju bomb in terms of the power output that it has. I think it's effective because it disrupts the individual's internal sense of balance, right? So it's almost like, or sense of self or whatever. It just kind of gets them caught up in a loop that makes them feel really shitty. But I don't know how you would evaluate the AP, because it doesn't like seem to do any damage to Code's body, right? If I remember correctly. Energy in general, as he does Boruto when he says chakra, yeah, in terms of cross-verse. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll give it some more thought. You got hit with the EP Genjutsu. The missile is EP. A normal person can be taught to make chakra, but by default they don't know how to do it. That's obvious. That was a question that I was going to ask as well. It might be a fun topic for next time, is like, so if regular people don't have chakra, yeah, we talked about this briefly last time, right? Like, does that mean that there are essentially muggles in the Naruto world? There are people who just like are born and their bodies just can't do chakra. They're not chosen to be like chakra wizards, and then there are people who are. Because it seemed to me like basically anybody who wanted to could choose to be a ninja as like their career path. Which means that, yeah, it's probably like a latent ability that a person has that they then need to cultivate and develop. The only person that I've ever heard referred to as like not being able to do something with chakra is somebody like Lee, right? But that's about his ability to perform certain jutsu as opposed to not being able to have chakra at all. So, I don't know. I don't like the idea. Like personally, I don't like the idea that there are like different races or classes of human that can and can't do chakra at all. Um, but yeah, it's just weird to me. Like Hagoromo, I guess it would mean like Hagoromo like gave people the ability to use chakra, and then from that group of people, like anybody who is a shinobi descended from that initial group of people, unless Hagoromo literally went everywhere in the world and gave it to literally everybody, which he could have. Okay, I'm getting off track. Into EP. They have physical and mental energy, but don't inherently know how to mold them into chakra and need to be taught. I do like that interpretation, yeah. Reza versus Katana Man. Katana Man destroys. I mean, Katana Man got hit, like, the shit kicked out of him by Denji and Aki, right? And then isn't Reza? I only saw the movie once, but doesn't Reza do like way better against Denji and Aki and some other characters simultaneously? Like, I don't see how Katana Man is like doing much against her, except maybe with that move that he moves that he does, that he moves like super fast. Wow, that was like the worst. Have you ever had a dream that you did when you blitz, when you won, and then you one shot and you blitz when you dat, and then you can blitz anybody, that you can do anything to? That's the fucking level I'm at right now. Oh my god. I don't even think some accounts of parsimony are practically applicable to fiction long term. Yeah, it's just like, again, it's like the Occam's razor thing, right? It's like your argument requires more explanation than mine, therefore mine is better. And people think I'm not saying that's literally what Sage is saying, to be clear, but like, again, people tend to think of Occam's razor as like a trap card or an argument in and of itself. It's not. It's a suggestion, right? It's like an admonition to please try to do this because it usually works. But sometimes the truth is extremely convoluted and inconvenient and complicated and all over the place and hard to figure out and just doesn't work simply. And if you try to just pick the simpler answer, it doesn't get you anywhere. One thing, if you want to research stuff on the Boys of Berserk, make a Discord channel for it. I have research on both in notes. Yeah. That sounds great. I did actually finally finish season 5. We should still be conscious of spoilers for other people, but I'm happy to talk about anything on the subject. I just made a channel in Discord for it. Reza got that mappa buff. Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't read the Reza arc in the manga. I just like picked up from after that, so I had to go back. Katana Man was kind of demolishing Denji. He lost to an aspect. I'm gonna have to. Like, I'll take your word for it. I'm gonna have to go back. ABC scaling chain wouldn't connect here mathematically. Oh yeah, I'm totally cool with them having like asymmetries in their ability sets too. Like they might just like, it might be like a typing thing or whatever you would call it. Reza was a threat to Aki because of her explosion, so he needed to be careful defensively and not close the distance between them as much. Yeah, I mean, like, I will say that Katana Man and Quan Chi seem to share the ability to just kind of decide that their enemy is, like, going to be decapitated, right? Like, I'm trying to picture the scenes, but, like, Quan Chi is like, I'm standing over here, and now I'm standing over there, and all of your limbs are gone, right? Like, I think some of the most egregious blitzes that I've recently seen in any media that I've consumed have come out of that. And I'm pretty sure that Katana Man has a similar attack, right, where like he kind of gets into a low stance and he raises the one arm and then he like dashes forward. I couldn't tell you like mathematically how strong that is, but in universe it seems like really, really, really difficult to deal with. So if Reza gives Katana Man the chance, I think he could wind up doing some serious damage to her. But she also seems like to have extremely high survivability, so I wouldn't say it's one-sided either way. Aki doing better against him also doesn't create some ABC advantage. Yeah, Reza's kind of careless defensively, so I can't really see her doing anything about Katana Man blitzing her. Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, like, again, you're doing a good job incorporating her personality and stuff. A high hypersonic, it could be, yeah. I think like the rules are less like grounded in reality in Chainsaw Man, so I'm less skeptical about that stuff. But I'm gonna create a Chainsaw Man channel as well. Oh yeah, but with that being said, so for next time, I'm more than happy to continue. Wait a minute.
like chakra and ninjutsu.
Please
It's
tell
very
me
important
that
they
the
delineate
video
between
has
these two
been
things,
showing.
because it's not that they simply can't cast jutsu or can't generate enough chakra to
second.
do so.
Oh, okay. For some reason, like the YouTube preview in my other monitor was like totally black. I was like, have I been just broadcasting blackness this whole time? Like a black screen, I mean. But yeah, so yeah, this has been super fun. Not as spicy as last time. So if you were looking for more fireworks, I'm sorry we didn't quite get as heated, but I think that's a good thing. I think there's some flaws things that I disagree with over here, like here and there, but overall, like, I'm not feeling as spicy about this as I did about the last one. I think I mentioned that overall, in terms of the videos I've disagreed with Sage on or whatever, like, this is one of the better ones. This is the one that I have fewer contentions with overall. And it's the same things, really. Just like, please cite your sources. Please give context for the things you're talking about. Please don't don't put like too much preference on clearing points at the expense of, actually understanding stuff or sharing understanding with other people, which I think is fair. I don't think that's too controversial or anything. But yeah, I'll put up a poll if you guys want to jump over to the debate next time. But I think, famous last words, this might not be the case, but I think now that we've gone over Genjutsu in general, we've looked at the data books, we've talked about a lot of the general stuff. Hopefully we can just finish the video next time, right? Knowing me, probably not, but we can try. But that being said, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Thursday is going to be another gaming stream. Haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do yet, but I have a few different ideas. And next Sunday we'll continue this. I hope you guys all have a great week in the meantime. Hydrate, stretch, try to get some sunlight, stay close to loved ones, do something nice for yourself. You deserve it. Peace. Bye-bye.